That's right. Oh, impact near impa fa ne gang be show na matwabo nu. Matwabo. Intwabo mlami. She feel me ake ofe busy fio so fa ne gang be na no matwabo. Kokko phone there no. Mahawa. Chemega nyame. Nyefe nyi ana walada akengme ne nwe wosa wo bakpeshi ye ni bole wo ba bote ne ke no kono emi ekum. Nyenke waka wo ba 4 hours. Si wo 4 hours. Why 4 hours? I'm not gonna bore you with a lot of the stuff because new one say neighbor fit away. You know me and na kan. Along when you na kan. Look, lebine class captain ke moko hami. Ni monde ke hami ema no konomi e hami nyegbeke. Ni me prepare for the show today. In kane wojie baba o ni mi no nkake, you know what? It's an ima JJ me because in small ima bore too much with a lot of documents. Yeah, here documents ni your videos ke audio is about 200, but I cannot sit here and my UFA. Ni money class captain ke mi really bine yani na ke lele. Many me yo to here na me chui papa me banu. Ni many me yo ingbe. Now me want me papa amebana. Bona. So we will just touch on the basics. Bona. We will touch on the basics. Bona. Shout outs to you, Uncle Johnny. And shout outs to you, Prince Worthy, Deutschland, Impa Ufane Be Oyojuba, Uncle Johnny, Ufane Be Oyojuba. So now about me once and for all. Me the can get video ne femo ba. During the course of the week, Onuni Jobeni. Eba fe video ni efon fe lo I may spread na kan video far and wide, and of course the gullible ones ni taflache ye shiba amli iwe ne kan wo no shi ye shiba amli amema na ko ni the TV ni abagba ma no kwale ni yo ne ke ni bi na mi ameba wo le say ye. Ni ole, there is one thing to actually have somebody tell you something, and there is another thing to actually have documentary proof to back no more call boy. And that is the difference between ni boy sanenemi follow more. That is the difference. Ni yo the two comes at me. Now, not to say I can the other compare I'm a better documents. They have documents. Sometimes I'm a misinterpreter documents. Sometimes nibi na me you are a shion documents no me. I'm a document no. That's one thing that I figured. There are a lot of the documents in the nation it actually makes the case against them. What these people are good at doing is that they are good at the propaganda PR and about you understand what I'm saying? Ni eji anukwali age lelen keji ota no ke ni ate modin ke wo wolomi. Ke ake modin no ko ni ebotwe ni enwe na ehi awe twi mi ye. Wolofe wolo no ke ba be kwe. Ekwe wolo eje san. Ni ole je wo jinkeke. Ni no ni taflache moko ete tumi negma. Mo fe mo ba anye ete tumi negma no ne sumo. Si ke wolo ni kan judge here ne te court to here ni mla he awoni e esano na ke na kan wolo je no ko kekeni ke no ko ni taflache moko etechumi ni le ri enche ma egma no kepe si no ko ni ete court ni judge ebo bie ke bie toe ni judge ekwe judge ne te suku ne kaseni ne le wolomi ni enuchumoni. You understand what I'm saying? To me, if you me na pe, ake mokoba he, no ni taflache mokoba agbale. Fe no ni taflache judge etashi ne bomofe motwe ne buasani. Ne ka ke sane ne ni nkwebi wolo ni yo mi ne. Anukwale ni yo mi ne. And that is the difference between the two camps. Oda ni ole judge fuya look. Wafe wale ni bi na me feel a court. Look, they are not perfect. Sanene na ke last year na ke me na chole Dzasetse ya the Supreme Court ne wale no na me fi. Wale. It was obviously clear. But we saw what they did. Wale no na me fi. So be a court to year no kwale. I'm not going to sit here and deny age in lenakai. But for the most part, anu kwale jo court tiba. For the most part. Ni judge fu eto ame. Meji gbe temimbo Chief Justice to it. You cannot be a good lawyer. Get a war before 12. Nii Yaote Oto. After maybe 5. Again, you cannot be a good lawyer. Get a war before Manke 12. Nii Yaote Oto. After Nia trouble maybe Mejienum. You understand? So they do a lot of work. Minije lawyer Jimmy Podienche. I spent hours going to nye ngwatumo lebine my name time 2. Kaya 11 nim boy ni bi kanimo. From 11 p.m. Nyebeke in what 3 hours. I was just reading document upon document upon document upon document on this. You understand what I'm saying? So for the most part, the judiciary, for the most part, they get it right. Even though waliake ayokutumpo baby and nibi akomeyalo juba. And today, that is what we are going to do. I respond to Joe Benny a video and a fee. Kodio nagbomoni jib Joe Benny. Ni kaji waya me kome tumo me neme. Kelumo kome ne fitame. Ni amesuka ame bang juno ni wana. Then you can see no ne wani gan eba wa ene wane. Alo gan yo ene yo ne. Bomo ade san ichongwa. Bomo ade san sumo amale. Bomo ade san banye eho enyemi. Ni edwen wase kusande. Ni efio mi na akpe. Efio mi na akpe. Joe Benine iya mbek nwa fe last time and kande ni bi kume abu. Nke me no ba anale. Oba anale infonimi. Ni le solo wajia ni kane abu ni le engba as secretary to New York. Me nke picture ba chombo no ba anale Joe Benine. Ne Dzasetse council mi na here wo mi ake Nii Yaote Oto gan di Dzasetse. Mene awo video ame here. E jwe ni bi ko. Ona ni na kan video mi e kane orders jinko me. Na kan orders e oba botemi. Ma kan de fe ma abo. Wo ba kwano ni ba ese. Ni fe se mi ni ji na agbe. Ti agbe na ten. You see these people mana me fe mo. Before I know about me, ken abofai ama bibo nyomo onu ball boni mfiole ye ishiba mi ke oke onike ni e bako e bomode ye ishiba mi ni o bless you npo fai ko pleji e fe bo dromo ni ochine mi e no go fio bajode e bomode ni ofun ko yan wo onu bomode no ofun ko yan wo ni wo bomode ni wo tuni e ni wo ke wa wo bi eni yo la afine washela the coming king school oba kwake afine meneji noni wobanye ni wotu ke wa ame tamoboni wafe wo yake da fie woba fie so chemeke nyeme ye ishibamli nyebo amoden koni ko koleji efe nye dromo fe ko no ko wa wo oba momi bi e wokpo no ko fe ko no ba wo kon ha wo $10 po oba momi because $10 ibanye wolo komipo nigbeken ibanye kanle bona ni so fe kono yo wo bia wo fon te fe kono yo ima mi me ko me ni amenga me yo na kan fo bona shi fe kono yo ye ishibamli ko o ha wo oba momi onu ekomeko kaji me na jigbi kenkle no ko wo o fa ne da fi ni wo fi ene bi wo bi shika ye bi for the channel da bi wo be Patreon account wo be Cash App account ni wo ye shika wo mi kan channel ko na ni wo ye shika ye bi be wo ka afie no ko ni wo ke wa moko alo wo ke wa wo nye me ko me so ye ishiba mi nsumo no ba fe boake wo manage kenkle no ba ni obakwa wo no won bishika da bi e wo fe na kan wo ye shika sane ye bi mi nko fai won taw ni wo bi ni yo la na me ya the coming king school wo bomode ake afina enwe manage no ni wo ba anye ni wo fe ni wo ke wa ame so cheme kenyeme mi nkpanye fai o fai ne ke ukono bakwe bomode koni oke ono sendi wo ke ofe ready ni obaha ni ekole o ta o flyer o fine obanye ni o text me ye channel no man no ko text me ye ishibamli inge flyer ba sendibo koni ona information ojogban keke agbene oke onike ni eba producer extraordinaire is in the building lady enche eba trashi. So let's get into Joe Benny's video koni waje wonichumo shishim chemeka nyame o fine ke oba fata wayi ni oja ko ni fe mo min kpabo fai bomode ni oja ni fe mo kiamoko ni leun kiamoko ye ishibamli surely before ni matwa Joe Benny video boy class captain ege wa yale neke so let's start with this then what bote Joe Benny know me. Shout outs to you Uncle Sam ufanebe oye ojogba class captain ege wa yale neke so nya wa bote ami let's go.
You know the money no okay contempt. Let's get the side book contempt with an authority regional ministers government feeling and we are free. What come go side book contempt put it o feel like I am you now. No, in the point there. Me, I'm actually, I mean, no, Kevin, I'm actually, I'm call him to one. She, me feel strongly, okay. Can no could the Ken Yano, be Hilly Jenny. Which I now about okay, okay, what is okay, what share again? No, be one or what is wrong already. Well, I guess I didn't be your NBI. No, be many. Okay, about hello. Okay, about many I use so. Men are used so no give many vegetable. It more politics can want to feel there. I use many a potential campaign like a fight. It's a solid strategy. Yeah, it has always worked. It makes it very easy. Yeah, man. Which I know you. Yeah. Catch it, no, I been but fear, whether you like it or not. Cassette and a secondary matter. Cassette has always been secondary matter. Okay, and you and I know, at a serious the government of the day, through just a phone call, can call for the deletion of Adama Latse's name. Exactly. But then the question is, if you delete Adama Latse today, okay, in the face of all these controversies, okay, tomorrow somebody will hold a press conference and say that I am also Gamanche. Exactly. Even if Africa boy, so the strategy, Kevin, because Okusu, I like Africa, I don't know the show, no Bela. Yeah, but be not okay. I Gamanche. The Akemi Esana na Gamanche menyo by law you are. Yes. Sani Afro economy. Exactly so. But it's so easy. So that's the plan. It makes it so easy. It's so, yeah. Yeah. In the case of Kevin, traditional council about passing ni equal affair automatic president alone no ko I'm a fair in face but akebeja ni gbese no be amana ke majority carries the vote so ni gbese ga fueda ameka no dan chairman for your meeting only I'm a fair meeting don't thank you tinto na ya fe let the operations ni e only oh me in Lojogba. Me ni
ake lakeba no mie ku ni teko tulu ejie ku ehin ni shebe takumo fa na ku eni
yo
be na ifa asu eni
na kan chi sane
ne wo minute yo wona
minute yo na no be ta fache kola ke ku be o ye be fami alo kola ke ta fache hila famo duwi
yeah
nke na ka ba hila famo ju no be kela kan ku su ni salo ba se pe se chia mi ta ke ba fi
dabi tabanya fi jone ya no
pepe no ke bolo hien ta fache o conscience serve bu right papa no be fa momo ne dumo gbe si alaja ne ba tun ni yo gba mi na gbe na okay alo ba ji oyin je mo yin mo to je mo yin ke to afan de ko no ka ga ni nan ko no kwa ni mi twa ke ni mene e ya mo mi ka ke ne fe ni wa o yin ko na me ngbai alo na me ngbai.
I don't know how you listen to this audio. No ba kemi ake osumo gan. Ni o ba yano. No countenance musubo ni na fe in the gas state. I don't know. Uncle Ben, o find a boy or juba. I don't know. Anyways, nyani wa botia mene no me. You see, emi efu no ni mboene no to no ani mi ejegbe efu. Ni ejegbe efu. Mr. Papo, we find a boy or juba. Uncle Ben, be boy or juba. See, yeah, let's get on to business. The political angle we about treat lego. Oba twa ne da ni mo me anu. Idea ni class captain ke ba right, so nyani na wabo ajo benito ni wabo tegme na ni chumo. No go ba bai.
Be.
No go ba ba. Nature never forgets. No one actually no one actually karma. Shout out to you, Pawili. As above, so below. As long as you can say it in 1,000 different ways. 1,000 different ways. You can say it in 1,000 different ways. When you tell karma, what you reap is what you sow, or what you sow is whatever. What you sow is what you reap. Say it 1,000 ways. That's just nature. Nature never, no matter how long it takes, nature never forgets. Now, this guy is actually dirty. Let's now to it. He's a dirty guy.
Ga gamanche wumu me ni woji jasi. Ni jasi ehi enyelo iji jasi che. Leji moni ifomo jasi. Nii Yaote Oto ga je jasi che. Ke wabaje shishie. Enepo shia ne je neken shia ameye jasi che. Ameye kweko dan. Kejebeni abuen manche yeli yega. Eja dansawe na dansawe ameye Dzasetse mancha ameyo keba Dzasetse yeli amugiwe adanuwe bi niji ni tetekwe me amameyo Dzasetse were records of past Dzasetse men. Ni nchwake adanu we bi ameyi a hu femofia mopo ye Ghana. Dzasetse yilie. Nii Yaote Oto je Dzasetse. I have ruling ye traditional council keshile. Ake le Nii Yaote Oto ke meni nyese.
Jeme, nyami once again. Impa ke ni Charlotte come no. Isani nke eko afitai. So boy na tree. Oba get back to Joe Benny. Oba get back to Joe Benny. Impa etwabi. Biane egeni intwa ni ne no. Isani nke eko afitai enyabo. So o fine kia ekole mokone ba fita wa ye chekwe. Banya ake noni impa yue mabotui. So we'll get to Joe Benny. So agben ebe wa ayale na kai. Class captain ke impa ameka idea ba. So obayale na kai. Nke yage impa nyemeni ye bi elia bencho nye impa. Nke yage impa leji money ene nke ba ke Timothy ege okleji ege no gwe ewu ngbabu. Bona impa lege ni leji money nyumbo kele hami agele wo ngbahu atoka nkpa ebe size evero ve na twashowe agbejowe na no eba twabi ge mangba wu atwele ni tete famous steady. Shout out to atoka nkpa so nya wa ya kole moko eba fita wo yehi atoka nkpa leji money okleji ege wo ngbawu agele wo ngbawu. There you go. Let's go.
Hey. Ayo, ke living in min trying ke o shibimo. Jeje po be shwane ni. Jeje shwane ni. Ni wonu ni bi ko me call yo ni ma wa bia ke na ke no wonu le loje na kan.
Ucha na kan kala di si yi. Ike ni be se we yi wa o fe wo yi. Gani a chewo. Ike kan traditional council la ko ke yi am kayaki. Cabinet. Bamla. What came into my mind was there were any mission kusin film okay. Ma do okay kwe omo wo be jano to. So then so yeah. Na na fe na tashi na tia me no hall ni street think ya ga again. Na ke ake Kevin never to turn that councilman. You go. That ga to that councilman. Nyen ko. Nche kusin ko ngale. Si go ba do shi we ni na ga legi. Like a Mantse blah 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 blah. Now tashi no need the police. But in order for topics come in, come in, the one no man at hand, gonna capitalize on my committee. I've been enough of saying I've been on a maintaining your council. I'm a wow. You just a good view, but not bringing a case, Papa. You tap on your tower and I can say, council by you, Mantse. The way you talk, Mantse, you can't ever come to a council. Chica, Kusuna, but Jano to me. Get Lenny Kusuna, you are failing, sir. Take a sense here, Kabuba. Yes, sense here, Kabubaba. Opa ne no bane abonshi on kwa fama na wo fe won wi nto ame ko mo fe nte ko me dan ni ba she bi e ka warrior any no mi bi no na ni ma bo ba tuni I'm giving you this information as to na ma
o ira don wa ake enu bo mi ne ja se pictures ke wi mo ni ba se o no mu eje ni ke a e sare mo nu bo o wi mo o na wi mo dan. Well, well, now I came in. One way.
And she be on come and she be a number so I will look to no be and come away. my presence in their midst is to have a vital information for you. You are buying what to mono. You are buying a cat before the head. I can be a man. I'm a no. I am a sponge. That's a way.
National Registrar.
You know I'm a hit awful. You don't have that point. Come away. It's Benny, I will at our home. Ben, I will do blanch in our home. You can many. Need to take when Kelly did Dzasetse, when Kelly did Dzasetse to me, Yake. Can the Benny Mantse come on to me, Pana? So I'm a say, I'll bet a Mantse could only let it get a Mantse to ban. Danny, I'm a promise, Danny woman. Nay, I tell Mantse, that's it in gay. But to Mantse, then I to attend me. Nay, I say, they can Yamuki, Dr. Joe Blanche, did the Mantse Pana. It can actually. They won't say, can you be a transfer? The Dr. Joe Blanche, a transfer, never. I said, Government, Dr. Joe Blanche, but tell coach will be a many more in a tower call more. Over on a point there. Many a call in the tower more can you get Joe Blanche, a man say. So automatically, a person is shit. Yes, at the next ruling house because Joe Blanche here, but Dzasetse, okay, Mantse Pana Niega. You are going to win a low one.
No, Anto Mabiake, Job Kevin, Abola Piami, low, Teko Chului.
So far, okay?
No, Mito Mabiake, Kevin, Abola Piami, Alo, Teko Chului.
The same Teko Chului.
Wow.
Ona ke ntanu wasake in the Jamaica. Journalist ko mbi no ko me. Nke e capture room ko men so le room le capture for open drive man and no ko ni asena han. So far.
Yo, no more Oiradon wa.
I'm a Germany or in as a member of the Traditional Council. She pete ma ke na room. Because now I convey meeting, I care what I was a regional minister, cabinet members happy. Call Chinese person who did like him, to Trasaco did like him. You want a Caribana care. Oh, if you are Bonu to Tada Bonucci, you are pursuing a better patient. Samo in by all, in Adumosi, like I'm a farmer by I just want to see what will go on. The Lella, said, yeah, I'm a deceiver. The war. You're too long. They have one ake. He is not legible enough. He back at the traditional council members. Ake none about him.
Maleni. It is similar, like you said.
There will be an edane. Obawo wa yuto oya wo tesisi. Then okay wa ko sorry. O fa ne mi pa no fa yani dumungabo yo bia ne ni mba ye batun ni no tani e batun ni dumungabo yo ni pa no fa e up in no ni ma fe do
what
no ni ma fe ake e fe one hit e one hit. What then you come here? What for? What more he contu? You can tell a fair lamb and get any gajo. No, they are kabak and no ya woni. When I feel it, the papa me and calling you to work as aga. What can one pay me and come myself? On a say no go. How do you what program? What do you name? You perfect. Amplify. And don't pass any in Jabulu. Government in power in dictate a government.
Government in power a dictate a government. Boni waye womanche woha. Government in power a dictate a government. Boni waye manche woha. Gazette eleje no koni. You know the government of the day, through just a phone call, can call for the deletion of Adama Latse's name. Government in power. A chowo boni waye wamanche waha. Dzasetse no koni. You know the government of the day through just a phone call can call for the deletion of Adama Latse's name. Ni ganyojibu, ni otashi, ni ngona, ni okemi, mi fiteni, ni okemi, mi fiteni, shiha gajo. Shout out to you, Prophet. Ufane Boy Ojugba. Prophet Boy is in the building. Abanana. Let's go back to Joe Benny. Ni none boy more. And thank you, Bolly. Money ha me left two here. Each I talk, I ha me left two here. JJ fame alert. Nyani wabuti ami. Let's get back to where. What is I don't why? Let's get into it. Ni what deal with Joe Benny?
Ga ke gamanche wumu me ni wo ji dasi.
Shout out to you, man, Beatrice. Shout out to you, Mr. Yaote.
Leji money a form of dasi. Nii Yaote Oto ga Dzasetse ke obaje sisi ene po shia na je na ken shia ameye Dzasetse ameye ko dan ke je beni abon Mantse yeli yega eja dansawe na dansawe ameye Dzasetse Mantse ameyo ke ba Dzasetse yeli amugiwe adanuwe bi niji ni tetekwe me amameyo Dzasetse were records of past Dzasetse me ni nchoake adanuwe bi ameya hunfemofia mopo ye gane Dzasetse yeli Nii Yaote Oto ga Dzasetse ahe ruling ye ga traditional council keshile ake le Nii Yaote Oto ga ke meni yes fe ameka tun Dzasetse ntumo Makali ye blofo ni mo fia mo it is hereby ordered that the first defendant Nii Yaote Oto ga aka Emmanuel Yaote Takiyaboy is restrained from holding himself out as Dzasetse. It is further hereby ordered that all the defendants are restrained by themselves, their agents, servants, spirits, assassins, or whom however described from interfering with the Parliament's to Dzasetse's functions and duties. Well, the regional traditional council on the 9th August say na document alo ruling no eha keshi Nii Yaote Oto ga eno se ni ajimankese enyono no choice 2018 lehu ena ruling keshi Nii Yaote Oto ga ni neken ruling na miye nani ruling na keji ni tetekwe leji ga Dzasetse ni atole customary ojugba iwole eye ga Dzasetse ni le Nii Yaote Oto ga asabo le koko ake ekache e Dzasetse ni ajimankese ruling le none reliefs ni ebf grantile mankali reliefs mahanye a declaration that Dr. Nii Tetekwe II is the substantive paramount to Dzasetse since his installation in January 2006 was in accordance with the custom and tradition. 2. A declaration that the purported nomination, selection, and installation of Nii Yaote Oto II, aka Emmanuel Yaote Takiyaboy as the paramount to Dzasetse is not in accordance with the customary law and usage and therefore null and void. 3. A further declaration that Nii Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Takiyabo, is not qualified and or eligible to be nominated and selected and installed as Dzasetse, hailing from Nii Amugi Royal House and lineage under customary law and usage. 4. An order of perpetual injunction to restrain the defendant, either by himself, his agents, servants, favorites, worksmen, or whomsoever as described, from interfering with the functions of the office of Parliament to Dzasetse, and from engaging in or performing any role which otherwise is the preserve of the Parliament to Dzasetse. An order of perpetual injunction to restrain Nii Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Yaote Takiyabo, from holding himself as Paramount to Dzasetse and from engaging in any role which otherwise is the preserve of the Paramount to Dzasetse. Aha judgment keshile Nii Yaote Oto ewo noni gama ke mofia mo sanele ni Nii Yaote Oto Dzasetse ni ebanye e form ganjase Dzasetse pe abenyo ekome pe Dzasetse ni jienle jimo ni form o Dzasetse ni Dzasetse tu enutumo ni sanetu ekoji Mantse womo ke onupa ni Mantse womo ni tekotu ni tetekwe wole 20th October 2017 edomo judgment ni je dodoa alo final ruling ni je dodoa na ewo Dzasetse hiwale ke Dzasetse na metu amegbejiano to ameshia na mewo Dzasetse ni 2017 ne kenu tumone ni tetekwe tu ni ke wo kin takite kutu ni ji enyon wo be muku don ni ji Mantse fi Kintaki Tekutu ni tetekwe wole 20th October 2017 ake Mantse ni etu enutumo efe ni sanetu wesa ni moku ba teshalo me ba teshi na me ma letter na me impersonate Dzasetse no ni Dzasetse efe ake be eka tu Mantse nutumo ewale awole mo moku be ewale ni ba ma letter ku ke ya institution ku ni ba ke ni tekotulu behi wale ni chuo Mantse nutumo Mantse nutumo Dzasetse ke Dzasetse ke wule Mantse na wede wole nutumo ni no fia no ni sanatu ye Mantse gbedianu tuwe le Mantse le jimoni echuo muku bene ke wale le lache ni je Dzasetse wule nuwo behi wale ni ba chulo ko kra lo ba che Mantse po.
You see, if you were living in the Old Testament days, una mene ne yue ne gbe na no like Yehova ba send la ne ba shanle like when back ne ba strike le no ke go. The Old Testament God they no Yesu ba fe Yesu ele bo le de ba jo no fe no angme no fe no yi bu e ko mo go gbo bi chone ken ale ni le we gba. And I can understand ko kwe me kome to moneken pi ye Israel be ate no in the Old Testament God was just striking people with thunder and fire. Ne yuene gbena no wum ekegbo. Numo gbena kan gbeme because egbe na kan gbeme nkwe. Mana chole Israel ne tawo ne twa anya atwa. No numo gbegbe na kan gbeme boni afe boni tawo ni atwa Israel ma ke machine na anya atwa. Me kome to moneke ona ne yu atano gege nwe gba eke chanle Ona moni taje. Ni ole first of all no ni film na pe. Cheme ni taje me fe nye shwe nye yashi. Kenye cheme. Ni nye je amela tokpa mi yashi. Cheme ni tajo be ni se fe. Ame cheme game iji ame. Jobe ni eje kwa u. Ame game ni ame cheme game ame tashi ni moko ne cheje kwa u. Shout out to my kwa people. Shout out to you. This is nothing against you. Fight. But we cheme ni tese ni ame cheme game ji ame. Ame tashi ni kwa u nyobile e gbala ame ten. Kwa u nyobile nchon moni yo Dzasetse ke moni yo Mantse. Awanye fe nye yawo ni shwe nye chema yashi. Shame on every single one of you. Ken cheme jinye makpo nye fe ekome gantete ketete nye bo amitwe jobe ni echek je kwawu le kwawu nywe taflache nke kono ko je kwawu I have nothing against you. I'm speaking directly to this man on your screen. This dirty guy, he actually looks very dirty. This guy. Cheme no na metala me sefe, ame fe ganfomo bi kro jiame. Ame cheme fe game jiame. Lepe eje kwawu. Ntaflache le kwawu no bile game because ame ka me musunye na me ye anukwale. Ni ame sumo ekpakpa ke anga wa me tasi. Li le moni eje kwawu e chome gashiami ni ole ona Kelvin me man dwalo eja mi nka ba komo shia fe shia ni yo gan Kelvin edwa na kan shia. And this is another example of Kelvin ni edwa shia. Kelvin edwa na ntejanwe. Kelvin edwa asene. Kelvin edwa sakumo chonshi. Kelvin edwa otublo. Like you name it. A dry shia GFN, a divide them into 2, 3. This is another example of a tactic. Amugi we come. Until plenty party my neighbor you hear, they don't consider themselves like a mean dancer, me bojadanu. Beme comedian. Naka mingbela mo amefe ya mugiwe. Shona noni Kelvin enye padima ne cheje kwawu. Ona ne fe. Kote amugiwe nke no nuone amugiwe bi na meni meja amugiwe naka mingbela mo amefe. Amefe ame na ame ekome. Ameka ake bojadanu ninja dansa. She ona Kelvin esu ke ban ke ni akropon ne jete ko chuluwe ne je na kan no hihie ona boni le kwawu nywe eba e jagawe kumiye le kwawu nywe le ne cheje kwawu eba e jagawe kumi ni game talese ni amemboletwe awanye fenye yawo no ni jenyo onu ne yue akeni adanu bi amame yo kani bi pi na ye pi e male no na yu e bi efe e male wolu e na yo ni e ba twa wo Dzasetse me fe kaje bi na bo Dzasetse yeli na me fe adanu mi so awo ye e male jo beni aba twa wo gbini abo Dzasetse ye gan Dzasetse councilor maybe afon mi ni gbina be na afon me na mo ye kenkle na kan mo ngbeje e ba wa na kan history e male shole awadu mamugiwe ni wa yusu adanuka adansa ni tetekoye leji enyono ni tetekwe ni jikenkle eni you understand what I'm saying? So ni tetekwe sengbe awole enyo lemoni tano bi ane alo lemoni yusu na kan gbe bi ane ke eni. You know what's funny? Eni ele wu akpale. Yes. Nii tetekwe ni jikenkle le wu akpale. He was distilled just like his grandson. Now, Nii Yaote Oto gan le wu enyonone. So granted, aka wo tetekwe. Ana Nii tetekwe ni jikenkle. Nii tetekwe ni jienyo. Nii Yaote Oto gan ni jikenkle. Ke Nii Yaote Oto gan ni jienyo. So na mene amale loni, manjwaloni. Manjwaloni. When you are mugiwe sani. Amugiwe. Non chuake. Keji ewe adanu. In the broader context, they can bola da entire bola dynasty fita ye. What be like a maybe a Dzasetse Biega Mantse. Womomi. Nite agenshite. Nenye awo. Ni me na me wu efe ngba meje. Thank you, Pauli. Thank you. Bona, so many emale, keke awo pie emale. Tetekwe enyope wana. Wana tetekwe enyope. So awele pie yengbe. Awele pie history na awo pie yengbe. Echo paramount no. Alo echo other subdivisions, other divisions say Dzasetse na me wele o ye adanu no mi na ke chon. Ale chon le the paramount the gan state paramount no san you o kana ke you le male. No ne you e bemina. You understand what I'm saying? E bemina ke. Now, no fe no onu ne you mansa fe 1. Now, yani wabotiano. Ni akropon legimoni e ka ne feba. Ni akropon legimoni e je ne fe sisi ke jo blanks in oton. Na make divisions ne feba. Ni jobeni leta flache moni ejeche kwa wue eba jagan wekumi ne chon moni yene ke moni yene game wani ye boy wani ye mobo this dirty guy a tanga cheme ahie ni because of cheme ne ye anukwale wo amenya me call it to order. Because of Chemene kame musunye wo tafla chele moni echeje kwa wue le tagame na hie ne chwa mega e gblaga shiami moni yane ka moni yene. But you know what? I want you to know how very dishonest this guy is. Nwe wakaji leleng oyejame ni ota ono na anukwale ni ota ono nu anukwale. Mokotu momene esani obuole tue. Jobeni manjalo. Jobeni nifiteloni. Jobeni mene. Nke? Keble makwe in the Bible they say thunder and lightning will strike this guy dead. And no thunder and lightning will strike him dead. Ke shida kwe ekada Yesu. Akeni Yesu ba na kan no eba fofemi nike okleji aminfu na eta na strike mogwe eke Yesu ge nu mu na twi nte shipon ina boni amedwon ina boni amesusu oni bi ai mi ya dwen le na kan dan mi ya susu le na kan dan no impa na twi mene ke na shida eke da Kristo mene eke da Kristo. Bona. Now, I want you to see how dishonest this guy is. Ni mo femo no ba nye mene na chole jobeni o ba ko video no ba botwe no ba nye se sano na ke ekabon ya ikpatamomi. Ekabon ya ikpatamomi. nya wo boa no mo sakumoto ewie no ko ni bi e pi ni ti am e pi enke chon mo. I spent 3 hours yesterday prepping for this show efa bona so we call it one ni what twahye ni wo gbele nya wo boa no mo sakumoto real quick.
Migbeji ni oboda itogbo ashon ni menegbine nke sanigba strot komba ogbeno woke ga lumo onupa krede kumbeba gbasani ye gamanche yeli hisani wo fine keji ofi klalwe beshi bleo bimli ni womba ba pe sanjamling koni ali krede money gamanche ji amnone to injole jino na atawo ye ga insimo mafite be money ni nke ba gbasani eji numo sakumo alo masumoni yake lefi woche ledi enche ba agblami ojogba ha wo mo krede ni eji ba agbene woje wasani bashi no mo final
you find nya ni ma fi correction kono ka carry the wrong information geti pa wili ke mi ake Nii Yaote Oto ganiji kenklen je Dzasetse ni so o find can no akaya mi correction bi ani no ko chat session e oba na ba go dan ngbe bad no me read the last part e ke ba educate machine na no dey chon so find akenaka no ba ni ma gbla mi ma chon Nii Yaote Oto ganiji kenklen no ni eyi bona dani second one e ba ye Dzasetse so please correction o find
obake
yo
fa oba le mo krede ni efi ni ana no ke gba asani lebi
achomi numo ubame njite sakumo wuromo
na kaini menegbine oba agbasani shra ke nko gamanche hi woli ake shinyese ne asha ni taki Adama Latse kewo Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs se ake gamanche nekeno ne many joke mo
engona mo wa ake anya shalawo dodo anji Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs se amishala mewo jeme ni ejiwo shoyi noku wontawo wonako wo minandi bete before ne na shale awu jeme
obe bo manomi
ake leji king taki Adama Latse
ke a chon lume ni yo ga traditional council le woli akọ fata ikrede ni nyehie nyelo ni nomlie le ji acting ne ni ji ni dodo nsaki ike woloko jepo bimli ni asha ni taki Adama Latse kewo Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs ni efo eninde ye no ni te no he ni keji a he poe na ayu he ye no na afie he many ji oke mo
nele enye banu ya shi mineke nleheku ninga ga traditional council Adama Latse ameke mandemus eba hu me ko beka meke ba ahia ma womi ame court no shaba ahia ma womi mo ko de sane court bonike mandemus baku ahira awo traditional council o menna no ni woni Adama Latse amenyon le
ni ashakola woko ga traditional council or te fi o ten a take your ga traditional council na ya
le
Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs ni wali aka chingbe ye ga traditional council
jeme leni sumuni force she traditional council la shala woni the president of the house legi was senator lo president kura ye ga traditional council wakaji awole eni ashale awo noji dodwa
ni amrone na
another one le dodun sakiye ne jo tublo hun la kwamunyo ese ba de ba dragon nothing against otublo hun bi achon na kanswa na achiche kwao inga emeni nyele gbe eje otublo hun bi amami inga ninkele ye otublo hun meje nothing against otublo hun bi show na la kwamunyo e ba dragon ninke bwa ke anytime ni manu ndodu nsaki gbe masole mabu. And I pray for you today that may you never encounter a Nidodu Nsaki ever in your life again. If there is a Nidodu Nsaki in your life, unbeknownst to you. Okleje ajiele kwe habo kono nale. Niko okleje ajiele kwe habo no nale. Eka jiele kwe kekepe habo mung. Shi eani laun ashale. Ne kanye eba o wala shile mindong. Dodun saki. E dwagafe mo femo. Nakaimane.
Amo ubakwe ye gan traditional council ani okwe ni Nii Adama Latse ni jienyo ake gamanche ni le amrone ubakwe la ke henye lo ye gan traditional council le ke gafe alo ni Dodun Saki ake acting traditional council president
ni
le Dodun Saki otublo unyo ni gamanche to mi e be otublo benno kokla fe mo ye gamanche to mi otublo abe benno kokla fe mo ye gamanche to mi amebe inle no ni poten na metwo ye kusumi emi gamanche kusumi inle no ni otublo fio poten ye gamanche kusumi emi I don't know nle no na metwo poten ye gamanche kusumi emi cheme nye choami cheme ni nyele no ni otublo fio ye gamanche kusumi emi nye choami inle oni makeme ni mekwo mi le biami ni ato manche ni me fio kusumi ya manche efe kusumi ham gamanche na to le we join cratchy powers
each way nji original amela me wuje me benuele mi umi hela mi wumi ake wogan traditional council le ji wo president ni Dodun Saki ye ichi ya gbene eda leke ya retirement no wa kwele ni ya retirement ye ko ni hand over ha Nii Adama Latse
wole ake shin ochine no mliye ye gamashini amliye ni takita eko true wonu eke ese biya he ye gamashin oni ne ye neke no nemli
no le le ikukura
ani gamanche ni
da bi le gamanche ni le no ji Nii Adama Latse
oni ne ye kusum fi mo enkomena fi ke hale
Adama Latse
Kevin
da nfiku nuku wa kule
meni ji ogbena ye gamanche wo mo ko na yo se
macho gamanche wo mo miji mo ni mo gamanche afili e wo kenka afili en mo ko bo e be oje gamanche ni to bona cho ni mi ka afili en mo ko don fe Nii Adama Latse ji mo ni ka afili en mo le ni afili en mo le hu e je mi teshi ni ka mo le shi no ne she shi abi ekeleba akeleba to mi ke ni gbefi ka sene Dzasetse dani woto be na tuwe ni o afile le mi ke mo le
okay
o ni na gbe na eno to mo gbe tese lo mata se o ti ko e o ba sala o shian nji sakumo we o sa asale na iwe asa asale ko le we le no mi bebe fi oko je me no je me ya
okay bepi ayo akeshin bo no mo gba mi o fata na gba heko akeshin o fata ni ago ni takitaria alo Joe Blankson dani bono bina ba yo si o fata heko ni akebawo ni Nii Adama Latse achoni bi strot ni bo fata heko ni afi ewo o koto nu en
o fa no wa Joe Blankson ni nsekole kin takitayua di tel dan me kema chale no Joe Blankson chole ni be mi ke no kura fe mo
rin ke ni bi na shani uyemi te balete
ni boy e ba ngu ni ke ba yui ni ke na geshi o ina ke demi mbe radio mbe TV no ni ke shi e ba to bi ni ba ni ke mi aya na TV election me fe amensa
ono ni ya no e gane fe amro na meni di bo ke mo
inu ni makadi wo fe wana wo itwi no ke Nii Adama Latse atuni agaga manche nye maje Nii Adama Latse se nya wo mukukuru ko tenfi na kan kadi ishina bien kele ba na me pale ni ayawo mukokuru we no len yemi ska wansa me pakole le nyama tumoko ni don
ni abro na moji Dzasetse
ni yo gane fendi
chame kanyame biane ni mintao ni nyebotwe. This is the part ni mintao ni nyebotwe from here. Bona Miss Moni nyebotwe ojogba ama ya se bibio ni nyebotwe. Ni nyekwa any this same Joe Benny the flache. Man Christy, this is nothing against you. Yeah, ishibamli. The flache nature je kwawu. The flache nature je kwawu. I want you to see how dishonest this kwawu guy, this particular kwawu guy, how kwawu ma make a way in shojogba in work in shojogba. Call oshe. Look, ona ga no ko sheke je tudu. Ke ya adabra cafe na kan shipon work aka me kula. Jeme became a kwawu town, you know. O kan shi jeme fe became a kwawu town. They learned our language. They acted like us. They incorporated our customs and our traditions into our stuff. So Kwaume have been very great with Game. But this particular Kwawu guy, I'm sure I kept a father snip at Togapodi and mene what's a get bonya jame back to this Joe Benny guy. If you don't know, be Kwaume na ken o kan shi jame befen walk up amamen ko jame bekwa ken bote adabraka min kwa ameson ni jala na me ye jala. It is them, that's their land.
Nye maje Nii Adama Latse se nyawo mukokuru ko tenfi na kan kadi ishina bien kele ba na me pale ni ayawo mukokuru we no len yemi
Ababile Dzasetse san agbene botu no bojo beni gbe
ni don
ni abro na moji Dzasetse
ni yo gane fendi ni otoga nji enyo
ni bowo ni otoga
ni aka pa tete koye nyawo le hu
abila ke amlone na moji Dzasetse ni yoga ege Nii Yaote Oto ni jienyo nye boale tue ni akpa tete kwe ni iyawo le hu numo gbanbe ni akpa tete kwe ni iyawo le hu me go me jeshishi ni ameke akpa Dzasetse min bi amake be ami ni numo gbanbe atolewu lo mo no mi ame afo ame amemena me yuo bia me ni numo gban me atolewulo mo no mi ame tie me kuma afoko ame amemena afo ame lenche ame gbeke bi ji ame numo gban me ile bulomo lumoko ni ye gandangbe shipono neche ye seno fe numo gban me enu he's seen it all, heard it all, done it all. There is not a single Galumo. Ya gandangbe. Min get gandangbe. Nature ye say no fenumo bani. No ke akpa Dzasetse. Bo gbeke bibi ototo fiwa. Min kwabo amete me kumen yamo nu paipo. Gbeke bibi nse bi enyo ke nse bi eten. Amete me kumen nse bi edweji ame. Ame ba. Nyame challenge kusumi. Ni numo gba me etami nefi. Nyebo ale tui.
Oye mina wole. Mi ya wole tumi ni fe kusuke no fe no.
Nani bono owo.
Tete kui. First. Ni Dzasetse obi ka me pale. No deni nagbe. Dada ke wo otoga.
Obotemi no na krede akalela me pale.
Akale bahami. Abasama la hani. Nchela anwe ba a. Ewo nyashia na Mantse ameke tulu chuke bahami. Akeshin tetekwe ame pale ni ame secretary Dzasetse secretary atole Beni
yeshia abasama la ami several times inchala anwe ba yeshia ni ame secretary atole Beni neke tolo mami The same stupid, dirty, Benny guy no na way. Money in a video and habwe. Dirty looking guy. Ne touch a man here. Ne you. It's him. It's the same Benny. The same J Benny Conclon. J Benny 2.0. The same Benny. Le eke tolo eba numo sakumo. Ake akpa. Ni tetekwe. The same Benny. Let me go back again. Ne check be. No mu wala ojoba.
Basama la hani. Nchela anwe ba. Ewo njashia na mente ameke tulu chuke bahami akashini tetekwe amepale. Ni I'm a secretary, Dzasetse secretary atole Beni jimoni ba nami ni ike yasmu ni amike otoga afi kome no wa fe kome ye Beni ma machine ye obulogo je wa fe kome ye ka di man kese me kan bi ne fe wato kashi na fe kome ye
so jene ke tolo pe ba un keke shi ate na ya fe kome Shenyo, na can meet him in your picture for another one. Yele job benie e mamishia your blogo le benie e mamishia le ke tolu e baha numo sakuma ke ame patete kwe le benie ne be tashi ne malio le ke tolu ya ha aka ame pa ni tete kwe ni ate na ya fe komi e ya fe pe e kome ye mamishia le benie no tafla che enye ni fole enye jiganyo benie enye jiganyo e che ja kwawu Shenye ganyodi. No egbe na ne ejase emi. You understand what I'm saying? No egbe na ne ejase emi. Ebage jabola bi e ka melele. Ebage je teko chulu bi e ka melele. She Kelvin e te use we amele. Le faction of teko chulu bi amele. The other faction amega melele no go ni. Se mi e ke jabola, se mi e ke je teko chulu le neje. Anyway, so it is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? So, J Tolu umpekeba. Chita flache enya oni fole. Yeshia na ya tajame na fe meeting. Mene batashi. That same Benny. Let's go on.
Okay.
Ewo Beni eyemi na wotoga.
Ewo Beni ejemi ni awo otogan. Ewo Beni ejemi ni awo otogan. Anima se ko ni obotwe.
Ye Beni ma machine ye obulogo je wa fe kome ye ka di man kese me kan bi ne fe wato atashi na fe kome ye.
Okay.
Ewo Beni eyemi na wotoga.
Shibele beje le kome pe e fin tete kui se nomli o kele kome pe je akranshi e ba fatanya be be chomli anke
He de le challenge yemi ni ajiman kese ye.
Oba chano numo gba me we no go be nke fe ba chombo. Ni ona. Once again. Aba fe kusumi ye tafla che onye ne jebo musu enyebo musu. No jinehu yeshia no doy no ba you anything. This man has no respect for the dear nche mami. You see any make you me kwa ka me gbeke bi bioda na me you agbo. She te baba le ten. Ni nya akwele. E tole ke de me. Ni ka afe no ko yeshia mi. Ni yemie ko. Ni ma tabiye. Ni ma jue no conclon. This guy continues to spit on the grave of his mom. Yes, you may say this is outlandish. It is. And I don't care if that's what you feel. He has no respect for his mom and he continues to spit on the grave of his mom. No, but I talk about Bilake, Nyemia Bilake. He bet job and yele pe Dzasetse and any one can picture say coming in so both we beje le pe jijase no kele kome ejemi ne ba ebo nyo ke yue mu atuni numo gba me ba jele na ke jele na ta ke picture se chombo ke kona
na wo toga
Sibele beje le kome pe fin tete kui se numli o kele kome pe je akranshi e ba fatanya be we chom li anke
he de le challenge ye mi ni ajiman kase ye mi
okay ni akewo
tete kui dani ye mi no na kewo otoga
okay o be bla ne ye bo susu mona ni otoga
jimuni le ake
Dzasetse ni be le
onuni ni omo gba me ke da bi je peni pe she jase iche onuni eche ni ajiman kese eyemi ni from ajiman kese division ni amugi eyomi amugi we yomi na apele ye eyemi na ba na ba chukusumi so jele beni secretary pe onu pa ye now ona na echon blogo jo blogo pe ayakpe na akpe yo blogo na monofe no na anwe jase asaya akpe ni gbese hia na finalize no fe no ni a present Nii Yaote Oto can ni akropon the entire Dzasetse council a present Nii Yaote Oto biamina present le. So we will call this the first, or even, I don't know, this is probably the third time. But arbitration near fair amongst a Dzasetse council. Now, Joe Benie, Jenny Ketolo eteke. Jenny Emamishia ni ayakwasani na yue ni amomiake Nii Yaote Oto. She biamina to Nii Yaote Oto gankia the elders kemofemo. Joe Benie, he was present. Now picture say. Negenu chumone achu eningbe seshia. Nano. So these are the two family heads. Ni ame exchange. Noni esana ame exchange. Ni mo fe mo aba be pa mo ake. Wamo Nii Yaote Oto gami. Ene ni pese shiane great grandfather ochami komiete nale lene leji ni pese ochami nya ibo nto ochami nale lene. So this was the entire Dzasetse council ya ni pese shia ni akpenake neke jiboni wo bayale amlone Nii Yaote Oto jimoni ji Dzasetse ni wakale ba tuni lele tete koye wakpale. There goes another picture. Nando, Nii Yaote Oto akaleha ni akropon, I believe, lene, right here. Le eyo yellow agbada mi wenkeshishie na senche ne Nii Yaote Oto nale na yi Nii Yaote Oto lene ni eweku ichwe kelenchon ikaleha the other family here there na ke afi ekumi. Producer, can me mistake here go find kai momi boli ni bi kan mo fa pauli bonwe ye jeme animali onu ke min check badge here komi ni je na kan ne nya animalia nando jomo ni bi en load le ye jomo mi baba o nando right there. So this is Nii Yaote Oto ni afe na kan pe na afe e jo benishia na mo na te ni gbese je na finalize no fe no ne no pictures in ke chombo. Nando, cheme fe tashi na senche. Ona Nii Yaote Oto ebie. Weku ichu ene. Oname. Name. There you go. Cheme fe ene ningbese shianta. Nando. Na ningbese. Nshona jata. Nunko. Nale. Okuji amai. Ningbese ne. Na numo gba me un. Numo gba me sakuma ulamo. Lene. Nale, numo gba me ne. Ni gbese ne. Numo gba me ne. afe kome dana ke ha wo che ehe emomi nano. That's right. Okay, thank you. Again, that is the Mugiwe family head and head of Taki Komewe in the dark glasses. Okay, that Jimankese head of Taki Komewe and the leader of the other faction. Yes, so there you have it. I can wo shipon anye probably can be wo shipon there will need more ni ona. There you go. Nado left wa Nii Yaote Oto efwale ake bi ane bojimoni wakaya ake Dzasetse tetekoe wakpale. Chemega nyeme. That jobeni nale. Jobeni ne. Le jobeni le nye folder ye de. Jobeni ne te atashi. Ne you no ne you ni twe video habwe. Ni tafla chele ne cheje kwawu ne ba ejawe kumi. Shout out to nye me ni jo kwawu apinke look kwawu me ameke wa bunshin leche. Thank you. Nii Adama Latse. Thank you. So Nii Adama Latse legimoni kakadana ne wodake Nii Adama Latse la presenter like ha I believe but it was on the other side at the time. Ni biane ekpene ake Nii Yaote Oto amenu shishi akpa ni tetekwe Nii Yaote Oto legimoni baya no no na. So the one in the late brown agbada was the late head of Taki Komewe. They refer to him as Adama Latse. He was the leader of the other faction, together with squadron leader Tego. There you go. Befe ba none boli. Me nle amojogba so nye ni ma pinpoint ameka make bay. Bona. So I can correction ba. Cheme nkwe mi amegemba. Ke o kwe chat session wona pauli ni ele ame by face e blami e chombo. You understand what I'm saying? None. Jobeni lewo tourist no ni wacho le tourist benyele me small tourist why ni ya square I'm the tourist guy lewo tourist le oje na enye folder the same Jobeni ni nye ba nu na eyu na. That's him right here. This is Jobeni. You see how dishonest this guy is. Honorable Bonalo Obrane. Yeah, be an honorable Bomo Neona. Not honorable, I think. Bona. Because honorable bra belle wo the other one. Honorable Ame so honorable. Letter Aitosu the third. Like a mene like a Calvin te 1 2 me ni amakakita e 1 2 me nale. Lene. But focus on Jobeni. This is that same Jobeni guy. That's him. Nale. Again, mene nye kwa video nye share. That's Jobeni. Man dwalo ni fitelo. Very dirty guy. Nale. So noni numo gba me yue bona ake anukwale trodo ni numo gba me male bona ake numo gba me no na yu anukwale trodo e male. So akpatete kwe ni ahia wo mi ake Nii Yaote Oto le Dzasetse e wo video e batashi e male now ani eji anukwale ake ni tetekwe akpale lo ani eji anukwale be numo gba me yue be wana numo wana Jobeni ye ni emi na newspaper article ni afe no ne Dzasetse distilled Dzasetse distilled ni tetekwe le a picture jinoni onayeje demogomogo ni tetekwe le picture onayeje me so ni achukusu atan ahani game fena aga ni tetekwe Ani kame fena. Ake ni tete kwe akpale. Ama kande bi bio koma chombo. It's an old newspaper. Ama kande machombo. The Capernaum's two Dzasetse kingmakers confirms it has finally destood Nii Tetekwe as the paramount head, Dzasetse. The decision was taken after several meetings and deliberations by the Dzasetse. Deliberations by the Dzasetse failed to yield all members of the Dzasetse. Okay, the Dzasetse's decision was confirmed by a notary public, Gideon Kwekuma Kwe, copies of which have been sent to Minister of Chieftaincy Affairs, Mr. S.K. Buafo, the Registrar of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, Dodowa, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Sheikh I.C. Kwe, Registrar of the National House of Chiefs, and 28 other stakeholders. At the ceremony, attended by the 12 accredited heads, at the ceremony, attended by all the 12 accredited heads, elders, and representatives of the 4 ruling gates, Nii Tekochuluwe, Abola Piamiwe, Amugiwe, and the Taki Komiwe, at Swalaba in Accra last Friday, the paramount stool of Dzasetse performed the necessary customary rites to that effect, led by Nii Adama Latse II, head of the Taki Komiwe. Leji wache ni ebu shade say ne wo brown agbada, brown jo yellow agbada. Lenny, I confirm me awake. Leji the head of Leji Nii Adama Latse, the head of Taki Komiwe. Nkebage Adama Latse Shian enyo fio Adama Latse amugiwe ke Taki Komiwe. Ame fio Adama Latse. So le ne etuna kan kusumwe, le etuna kan kusumie. Let's go on. Led by Nii Adama Latse, head of the Nii Taki Komiwe, the Dzasetse slaughtered a sheep to seal the decision, after which portions of the meat were distributed to the various traditional houses in conformity with customary law to seal the destillment. The Dzasetse destooled Nii Tetekwe II on grounds of dereliction of his customary mandate duties and having pitched camp contrary to the oath of the office of the Dzasetse. According to the Dzasetse, according to the Dzasetse, a few months after the installation of as Dzasetse on January 23, 2006, Nii Tetekwe started exhibiting some attitudes which were in strict contravention of his position and office as Dzasetse. For instance, he was accused of having relinquished his duties to pitch camp with Dr. Joe Blanksy, who he purportedly acknowledged as the Dzasetse, even though the Dzasetse is challenging Joe Blanksy's installation at the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. So, ekomene ka chele ba ake Joe Blanksy ete sanena ye ni le Dzasetse ni le kometo ete yamo Joe Blanksy ni. In spite of all these, the Dzasetse said it made several attempts to bring Nii Tetekwe back to their fold, but he failed to hit to their cause. Onuni numo meke abasamale Nii Tetekwe abasamale kenale numo me several times ke cheleba. That notwithstanding, they noted that Tetekwe has failed to honor invitations extended to him by the Sakuma Wulomo. No ni numo yue no report ne cover numo kenchela anweba no ne. That notwithstanding, they noted that Tetekwe also failed to honor invitation extended to him by the Sakuma Wulomo to resolve the outstanding issue when they Dzasetse lodged a formal complaint with the traditional priest. Enough of the reading. There you have it. So over post video ne obi Sunday. Ni ka bibo sani kan ni no na ba kebo ba yue keke ana abo evidence ana abobolo. This was a newspaper publication confirming everything you heard Numo Gbame say on that video. Video ni trouble bi ade no fe no ni Numo Gbame you hear me. It was captured in this article. Mashiako sorry, Chemega me US, I'm these people are me like again, then they force you out of character. But there you have it. Now, Joe Beni Lenone Kake Nii Yaote Oto gan Dzasetse nie. Nya ni wakwa wolone, ni wakwa ke namongma neke wolone. Como heading ni yo wolu no. Okay. Pauli ke nkane no yo wolu ahihia ko ni nyena mani fe no kana ke je ona mani fe na ama zoom jame out maabo. Corona. Ege kwamo. This was done by the very minority Dzasetse that installed Nii Tetekwe II. So Nii Tetekwe many metole, many metole, the minority Dzasetse na metole, no pale. The other side there. Thank you, Pauli. So it is one thing to say, many me Nii Tetekwe, I may oppose it from the very beginning. It is one thing to say that. But many mekpale were the very people. Now mekpale le faction they belong to it. Mekpale. The other section there po ni obakaka me oppose from the very get go. Mekpale. The very faction need to tetekoe no na mekpale. It was them. Let's go on. Hitamoboni yue le job eni ne tashi. Ne ke Nii Yaote Oto gan Dzasetse nie. Ani anu kwale. Nano. Come on, let that head in any machine. The problems to Dzasetse. Let her head in a now. Come on, let us see JK. And then can about several times. Okay, come on. I have the express instruction of the government to Dzasetse Nii Yaote Oto to inform you as follows. I have the express instruction of the government to Dzasetse Nii Tetekwe Nii Yaote Oto to inform you as follows. Abola Piamiwi. The present royal ruling house, whose turn it is customary to nominate a candidate or candidates for vetting/screening by the government to Dzasetse as the legitimate government on the 11th day of May 2009, officially presented curriculum vitae of 3 candidates in alphabetical order to the government to Dzasetse in accordance with the customary laws, usages, and practices and tradition. I have the express instruction of the government to Dzasetse Nii Yaote Oto. He has the express instructions of the government to Dzasetse. And again, now, yours faithfully, Joe K.D.O. Benny. So, le Joe Benny, neke Nii Yaote Oto eye Dzasetse, that is him writing to the Abola Piami family, telling them informing mo fame Abola Piami be ameka me yete eba ni aveti ame neke instruction say neke ma neke wolone enanaka instruction say from the Dzasetse. Dzasetse ni ale instruction say jeni tetekwe. She Dzasetse ni jo benike e ale instruction say akeke mo fe mo ake abula bi eke me ye temba. Ni aveti ame eke Nii Yaote Oto. The same Joe Benny. The same Joe Benny. The same Joe Benny. Ne wo video ame ye. Neke Nii Yaote Oto je Dzasetse ni. The same Joe Benny le ma wolo. Ake Nii Yaote Oto le. Ga instruct le. Ake egma wolo e kia ga na ka ma ke e kia Dzasetse council na ka ma ke abola pia mi biye ameke me ba na veta ame. I have 3 letters of search in kefe chobombu, but I want you to see this. The same Joe Benny. You see how dishonest that guy is. How dirty and dishonest that guy is. You see that? How dirty and dishonest that guy is. Same Joe Benny. I have the express instructions of the Government to Dzasetse, Nii Yaote Oto, signed Joe K.D.O. Benny. Ega chubu oba oshuoyin ashida no gbokwe. Oh, klejema wo yi wala don. I would disown this motherfucker from my family. Mene man, these people, mene. Ke yen weku mi engele yue an kata bia mi ni magbo. Ke neke gbomo e yen weku mi. Engele yue an kata bia mi ni magbo. Mene e ba hon weku fe, mene e ba hon weku ko ke mene ke e yo weku mi e ba hon ye fe. E ba hon ye fe, mene. E ba hon ye fe. Now, a order from the Traditional Council. And I'll tell you what he did not tell you about those orders. Let me read you that letter. Now, order Nii Joe Benny mentioned it. It mentioned 2010 order. I want you to see how broken the so-called Traditional Council is. How dysfunctional the so-called Traditional Council is. How corrupt the so-called Traditional Council is. Now, order Nii Joe Benny mentioned it. A grant amenakan order in 2010. Near 2006. Let's go to the order. Now, order jinani ona ye screen there no. You any be no 2018. We'll get into all of it. Energy 2009. Suit number, a file here, in the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council, Accra, AD 2010, Nii Tetekwe II, Royal Paramount Stu Dzasetse, plaintiff, Paramount Stu Dzasetse, represented by the following principal Dzasetse executives: Nii Akropon III, head, Nii Teko Chuluwi, Nii Teko Abonwa IV, Nii Ayikan Ajintete, Robert Nii Adu Lomoko, Nii Ayakwe, Amameke Siutete, Namo Amekete, Ikeha, Amekete Yaote Oto gan. I may use to sing be Nii Nabi Anya Taki Yaboy, Emmanuel Yate, David Taki Komi, Yaya Ade, Nii Ajamankese II, Okai Mensa, Nii Bini Teko Taki, Joe D.O. Benny. Over there, noni kaliona, Benny chair owner. Le Joe Benny neke Nii Yaote Oto gan eye Dzasetse le jobenie biami ni ayasiu ye gan traditional council aside le as one of the defendants asiu le ko jobenie le gbe ona ye jeme jo di o penny so bio yake te balete ni jobeni neke Nii Yaote Oto gan ye Dzasetse na siu like Nii Yaote Oto gan fe komi afia me fe the defendant ye the same lawsuit me bio nke video ka wo hanye nye bi asane ni ka wo jinye nya na ake ha anye ni before ni nye ba yue nye boti awo jinya me nye kania ni nye nu ahyehe jobeni ne batashi ne wo nye video ni nye yue ake eye eke Nii Yaote Oto gan je Dzasetse nie na ya su Nii Yaote Oto gan ake eche Dzasetse jobeni akele fitai many ewo ake jobeni fita Nii Yaote Oto gan na su amefe mine owo abo jobeni video abo owo oba otwa obi sani obi the relevant questions obi sani bio nomie jobeni Nii Yaote Oto gan camp nomie jobeni efita Dzasetse ni penaka olelen akpa ni tetegoye no ewana asiu amefe inge wojie fe koni nye ba jie anukwali ayemiye ene ame document na ameke pashiye but anukwali is staring them right in their faces. The same jobeni anukwali is staring them right in their faces. Many ewa jobeni fita Nii Yaote Oto gan na asiu amefe and the same dirty dishonest guy eba tashi again Nii Yaote Oto gan eye Dzasetse take video hanye look many menyele na meke ni bi ha mi fe lela me fe meke ni bi ha mi shimpi osane ni eken kane ni nu hihie ma bi sane ko send me video ku e ma bibo mini ba ofa ne gba mo mi ami mi na ke woloko ye ni manye nke fita video e bo na feke matashi ni mi yue ta fla che ni ka hwe yin ashi because touch all the posterity, right? Posterity will judge what I'm doing. Thank you, Pauli. Got you. Posterity will judge me. So, you can't have your video. You ba post your keke. You be sanjinye ni yo me. Go beyond what is being handed to you. Ask the relevant questions. But I know you don't care. Balenci Association. It's all about the glitter for you. It's all about the glitter. Forget everything else. Shiny, shiny, Balenci, no nyekeya. F everything else. Makane mabu. Nke mi enke no mi entumo am amemaleo. Mi emale makane no ni order you ke no fe no. Let me read it for you. Order of interlocutory injunction. Upon reading the joint affidavit filed on the 2nd day of June 2009 by Nii Akropong III, represented by Nii Adu Mensah Taki, Nii Ayikai Ajin Tete, Nii Teko Abonua IV, Robert Nii Adu Lomoko, represented by Joseph Nii Taki Kome Hammond, and Nii Aya Kwe, represented by Francis Nii Amui de Graft Kwe, in support of motion on notice for interlocutory injunction. And upon hearing Nii Tetekwe II, for and on behalf of the joint applicants hearing. Let's go to the next page. It is hereby ordered that the first defendant, Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Yaote Taki Yaboy, is restrained from holding himself out as the Dzasetse. It is hereby further ordered that all the defendants are restrained by themselves, their agents, servants, privies, assigns, or however described from interfering with the government's two Dzasetse's function and duties. The order aforesaid shall remain in force pending the final determination of the suit, dated at the Ga Traditional Council, this 9th day of August 2010. Now, last paragraph. This order aforesaid shall remain in force pending the final determination of the suit. In other words, this order never in any way said Akeshi Nii Tetekwe was Dzasetse or is Dzasetse. You see, that is what they don't tell you. Kame you and I get order me Nii Yaote Oto gano. And in order biamina ke me Nii Yaote Oto gano no. And in a order a declare Nii Tetekwe akele Dzasetse lo. You see what they don't tell you? You see what they don't tell you? Look, you know, ni kasiani. And in order na me you na ka order and na ka order na ka me no e declare Nii Tetekwe akele Dzasetse lo. The order aforesaid shall remain in force pending, underlined, highlighted, pending the final determination of the suit. Pending. And yene it declare Nii Tetekwe ake leji Dzasetse lo. He surely did not. He has been distilled. Now, a ruling ba. The ruling any ba. Machobo, what was made of that ruling? Konyak bene ni okwe. Aka once again is the traditional council ni yo jeme. And yasani e ya no ne ishi ye jeme lo. I no Pauli, I no shishi because you see these people I'm kaseni. I'm kaseni. Pauli me no me can me ba feel sure. They don't understand the difference between an interim. Perpetually. They don't know. An interim injunction and a perpetual. They don't know. They don't know the difference between the two. No. I can injunction man. No. I can injunction man. They don't understand the difference between the two. Now, it was in 2010. But something happened in 2006, 4 years prior to Neke Ordane. Miniji Noniba. In 2006, ye Dzasetse ne sanene no 4 years prior. If the traditional council as you are no kwale ye jeme na je kutumpo ni aka no kwale tuonim akamla tuonim afio no ni sa afio no ni ja, we would not have been here. 4 years prior, something happened. Minute you know niba. Ayekbe ko na chole the Gandangme Council. Watch it. Nii Yaote Oto. Leji president ye Gandangbe councilor biane. Noni Nii Yaote Oto. Eta miye. Leno. The same Gandangbe councilor in Chongwe. Neke Dzasetse sanene manage noni the Gandangbe council. Na kan bia miye Nii Yaote Oto. Leji president. She biane leba chong Gandangbe council president. Manage noni amefe. Ye gan Dzasetse sanene ne manage no ni amewie ye. Let's go back. No kwake and the traditional council neke no kone poe neke 2010 no na amefe ne poe sani po ame here woman polo. A traditional council, I'm going to say it, worth its salt. They will not even sit on it. In 2010. Arbitration, it is provided for in the Constitution. Arbitration is a legal procedure. Arbitration, mla nichumoni. Arbitration, mla nichumoni. Every single arbitration, as long as neither two parties will consent to it, should be binding upon everybody. Everybody. You cannot say, "Ake bonia bagbena engo na ewo eko ba start another suit because arbitration are there engo na eko start another suit." You are abusing the court processes. Estopel. You cannot say something and then change your mind later. Different types of estopel. This should have stopped everybody. They should have stopped everybody. Arbitration is enough to have stopped everybody. Because you consented to the arbitration. So once nobody consent to the arbitration, then it must be binding on you. Lawyer for you find it coming back your card. You cannot consent to an arbitration. Nike ate nie kole no ni bota wo onu shishie keke so ojemi o keke so to file another lawsuit. You are abusing the court process. Can't consent to an arbitration there. Then it will not be an arbitration in the first place. Because you need both parties to agree. You need both parties to agree to get into an arbitration. So once you agree, I could buy arbitration me. Not if you're not about me, but a bind double. So I don't even know why ni traditional counselor do more no. Now I can look. This case it is a stopped. It is a stopped. It is a stopped. Both parties consented. Both parties consented to the arbitration. Onye se mi oya no afo. Let me read the findings of that arbitration for you. No, once again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm speaking as a layman. Lawyer for you, you find any correct me. Keke make mambiake boning blam ye je na kaini. Let's go. Lawyer for you wami. Kaje na kaini boning je na kaini nye kami. Nima corrector ni mo gwa ka carry you find law school je nkanyete na gen ya. Let's go back. Let's read. Naka arbitration noni bami. you find it in back blam me yegami. I would love to do so, but time war makane le gidi bona because I have more things to show you. So Nano. I just buy you any be me. You what we. If you like more, come on. January 4th, 2006, Squadron Leader George Tego, Gan Royal Stu Dzasetse Coordinator, Squadron Leader Tego, Benjana picture sending a chombu me, Pauli Chonwa Monijile. Dear Squadron Leader, report on the arbitration by the Gandangme Council on the issue of the Gan Royal Stu Dzasetse. Nyeti me piene nke chonye shin kane ko le ojogban akonye dan mene nya wo boti ami ni wo kan ya fe ni wo kwano ni Gandangme Council eke wo kwa gbeme ni tashi je gbeme keke ni tashi ye je gbeme keke nya wo ya no over the mi fe show ka twa mi ken gbe na ko no twa mi onu mi npanye fai now the Gandangme Council set up a committee of eminent persons in July 2006 to assist in resolving the contentious issue of two Dzasetse selected by two separate bodies in the Royal Stu Dzasetse. There was an urgent need to resolve the problem to pave the way for the burial of the late Nii Amugi Gamanche. The committee of eminent persons was composed of so kwemo megujin nita neke arbitration Dr. KB Asante. No. Number Ale Ejole. Chairman, Reverend Professor S.A. Ayete. Ofane katwami. Ken be sure na matwabo. Ofane katwami. I'm on a live show. Ken bena magbele kono twa. Ofane ke o kwemi ka twa mi. Now, come many yo nekeno konemi. Right Honorable Peter Allah Ajete Benyakayo, former Speaker of Parliament. Archbishop Robert G. Okine. Archbishop Palmer Buckle. The same Archbishop Palmer Buckle, Bishop Francis B. Thompson. Mrs. Anna Enin. Professor Ablade Glover. Yes, the same Professor Ablade Glover, no. G.D.A. Lai Esquire. G.E. Alote Papu. Bright Akwete. Yes, the same Bright Akwete and Olieleno. So look at these eminent Gandangme personalities. Me, I'm a compose the members of this arbitration. Dr. K.B. Asante. Benjelele. Kwame Nkrumah minister. Leno Dr. K.B. Asante. Leno the same Dr. K.B. Asante. Leno. Reverend Professor S.A. Ayete. Nyelele. Right Honorable Peter Allah Ajete, Speaker of Parliament, former. Archbishop Robert G. Okine. Archbishop Palmer Buckle. Bishop Francis B. Thompson. Mrs. Anna Anan Enin. Professor Ablade Glover. G.D.A. Lai Esquire. J.E. Alote Papo. And Bright Akwete. Lawyer Bright Akwete was secretary to this arbitration committee. Archbishop Palmer Buckle was unable to attend meeting because of various engagements. After meeting all the stakeholders and interested parties, the committee informed the Dzasetse and the two contesting parties about its findings on 6th of November 2006. A copy of the report, which was issued on 28 November 2006, is attached for your attention. Now, Ovaneke oba join wo ni onwako wo gontie bromode no awo gonti ye ishibami bromode no awo ye ishibami awo gonti like mo show am yo fine kiamoko ni okiamoko ni lewu ekiamoko. The subcommittee met the two factions on 22nd July 2006 at Mr. Justice Lante's office for almost the whole day, but made no progress towards resolving the impasse. So yet another meeting was scheduled for 14th July 2006 at the same venue. Representatives of the four royal houses, including Amugiwe, attended the meeting, but the meeting failed to reach an agreement on the contentious matter of two Dzasetse from Amugiwe. On 7th August 2006, the council summoned the Dzasetse to yet another meeting at the Osu Ebenezer Presbyterian Church Hall and asked for a broader representation from the royal houses. Meanwhile, the council decided to seek the assistance of some eminent Gandangmes. The eminent Gandangmes who were approached and who attended the meeting included Archbishop Okai, Bishop Francis Banahini Thompson, Professor Reverend Seth Ayete, Professor Apia, Mrs. Sarah Lynn Manserai, GDA Laye Esquire, Nene Kweno, Mrs. Anna Enin, and Nii Saki. The four royal houses of the Gandangme royal stool, namely Takikomiwe, Takochuluwe, Abola Pianiwe, and Amugiwe, were represented. The Sakuma Wulomo attended the meeting. So on a Mesoniba. So once again, Konu, ni Kebia Shanti, Kebraita Kote, ni Amendu Sibie, na Mafe, Kebia Shanti, Kebraita Kote, na Amendu Sibie, na Mafe, Bemena Chebeona. Jake Bemena Che, but all four ruling houses, they were all represented at the meeting. After listening to representations made by representatives of the royal houses and the Sakuma Wulomo, it was decided that further meetings be held by yet another committee of the council and the eminent persons to find an amicable solution to the matter. This committee, under the chairmanship of Dr. K.B. Asante, and the following other members. So this arbitration, two separate committees. Fair arbitration. On the first one, mene comprise ababache the other committee mene a comprise. I'm a family a Gandangme council. So it's the Gandangme council body. Now, the committee under the chairmanship of Dr. K.B. Asante are the following other members: Reverend Professor Ayete, Mrs. Anna Enin, Professor Ablade Glover, Reverend Chris Hassel, Right Honorable Peter Ala Ajete, Archbishop Okine, Bishop Thompson, GDA Laye Esquire, Archbishop Charles Palmer Buckle, Mr. J.E. Alote Papo, and Bright Akwete Esquire as member secretary. So two separate committees under the Gandangme Council. Let's go on. Archbishop Palmer Buckle was prevented from participating by various urgent engagements. At the first meeting of the committee with the Dzasetse on 9th August in 2006 at the St. Thomas House in Osu, it became clear that the most pressing concern was the Omoha celebrations and the fear that a breach of the peace would occur if Pokwe was sprinkled by a Gamanche who was not recognized by all competent authorities. The committee, therefore, met again the next day, 10th August 2006, to study a draft press statement of the council on the Omoa celebrations. The committee and the Dzasetse present adopted a press statement dated 10th August 2006 in support of the position of the traditional council and Amugiwe to the effect that, let's go to the next page. To the effect that Nakano Ejemi. Let me go to the next page. Okay. After the meeting with the Nii Wulomo, the committee met the two Dzasetse. So I think I should have gone to the next page than the Enaba. Let's see. Okay. Dabi. Okay. I'm missing a page of that document. So let's just go on. And I can so I'm sure I can print me. After the meeting with the Nii Wulomo, the committee met the two Dzasetse, Nii Yaote Oto and Nii Adama Latse separately. So Nii Adama Latse na yuemo na Nii Yaote Oto ga yuemo. The committee held two meetings with Nii Yaote Oto to discuss his position on the dispute over the proper Dzasetse. He attended both meetings with a select group of elders. The committee held two meetings with Nii Adama and a select group of his elders on 29 September 2006 and 4th October 2006. So Nii Wulomo yue akele gbasane Nii Yaote Oto gan ke we kume pe shienyo Nii Adama ke le we kume pe shienyo. Now, on 18th October, the committee met with the Sakumo Wulomo in the presence of the Dzasetse na gbena nwe na ke Sakumo Wulomo yatashi. After the separate meetings with the two Dzasetse, the committee met the two Dzasetse and their elders together to brainstorm on the way forward. So after separate meetings, I can make two sections. I can make back together. Back together. Decision making process. The committee requested each party to consider three possible lines of action. A, to suggest to the committee there and then a solution to the problem. B, to retire to hold the necessary consultations and return on another day to inform the committee what the solution should be. Or C, to leave the matter entirely in the hands of the committee to recommend a solution. The committee made it clear that it contemplated a situation in which its recommendations made in good faith will be accepted by both parties. Both parties agreed that the committee should decide the matter and propose a solution. Each side undertook to abide by the decision of the committee. A traditional council worth its salt would not entertain or would not have entertained that 2,000 like an order now. Estopel. Maybe Mintse Estopel loosely because J lawyer no Jimmy. But this is a legal document. Noni you it can have arbitration, it is provided for in the Constitution. When you consent to it, you are binded by it. So this should have stopped. This should have stopped that Dzasetse case. I am not a lawyer. Once again, maybe I'm speaking like a layman. But arbitration as a legal procedure, when you consent to it, a bind your boy, a recommendation say bind your boy. It's an unstoppable. Once again, in KJ lawyer no Jimmy, you cannot eat your cake and have it back. Both parties agreed that the committee should decide the matter and propose a solution. Each side undertook to abide by the decision of the committee. each side. Joe Benny Ebatashi. It will camera me here. Ni male. Ni spread the video again ya. Ni spread the. Ni menye twinshi. Ni ba kase ni. Ni ba bisande. Ni lemi. Ni godong me councilier. Ni amega kebi ashanti. Ke brighti akwete. Read the freaking document, my friend. Read it. The committee next met the Dzasetse, Nii Yaote Oto, Kelvin Senche, Alojele, the one before him. Maybe it's the one before him. Because in like no Nii Yaote Oto, right? Was it him or another one? Honorable, Ofane Keo Kwemie. Honorable, Ofane say Nii Yaote Oto, tenoni amite. Pauli Ofanole. Oh, the one before him. Thank you. I get the one before him. So J thank you. Pauli answer me. J money Kelvin New Biane. The one before him. Pauli answer. Legimona meet here. J money Kelvin New Biane. The one before him. Thank you. Now, teacher. The committee met the Dzasetse, Nii Yaote Oto, on Tuesday, 24th October 2006 to discuss his role in the nomination, selection, and installment of a Dzasetse. Let's go to the next page. After all these meetings and after careful study of all available oral and documentary evidence, the committee proceeded to evaluate the evidence and to take appropriate decisions. So there were oral evidence presented as well as documentary evidence presented. Observations. The committee, the committee found as a fact that the customary processes through which the contesting candidates had been taken were such as to render both installations incomplete. The committee took the view that it would not be in the interest of all concerned and of all the state that both installations be set aside in their entirety for the selection process to start de novo. Committee keji amekwe menyo fe amekusumi from agabi anegbe sani magbla ameke bagami amekusumi menyo fe ameke mokumbe menyo fe amekusumi ne sana chono na keto ame kusumi esile koshiyojugba shi keji amekwe eya ake amebaka ake ajenofe no shishi start de novo. That is the Latin. Start everything anew. Process anew. Start de novo. Number 2, the committee noted a fundamental flaw in the traditional procedures for the installation of Nii Yaote Oto. The committee noted a fundamental flaw in the traditional procedures for the installation of Nii Yaote Oto in view of the fact that he himself had declined his nomination for the position when it was made at the regular meeting of Amugiwe and purported to have accepted the nomination when no new nomination had been made. The Dogme Council, watch a Nii Yaote Oto in particular. Ame ewebone yuo. Ame nake taflache floor tema kelete. Na gba ye yuemo efio. Ejake efia binakpe. Akele Nii Yaote Oto biamini agbele akaba ye Dzasetse. Le Nii Yaote Oto ke Dzasetse esumo eye ne wate fiote eko ne ko ake ebaye Dzasetse. Ni asa asako abagbele nomination. Ake aba nominate me. Ake aba Dzasetse. Jobeni. Oye correct. Alo jema wajin yebo seke. Yebo atweko. Committee eke what I need to take away in particular na ewe na agba efi oke hawo e take bia me na gbele nomination say over the shift ka ba because ball laptop e wo ni inkwe e ka fe nike bia me na gbele nomination say le ni take away eke Dzasetse esumo no wani le ni take away eke Dzasetse esumo e fi ame na agba ke ese be ko ake ba Dzasetse na gbele ko nomination ko dun. Number 2, this purported acceptance of a nomination was not made at a regularly constituted meeting of Amugiwe. Egbenewe neke benemone ke ekbene akebaye Dzasetse. Ekbene biamina Amugiwe bi fe etashi ake amenta ona ameto Dzasetse. Ehe. In the normal way in which such matters are handled, when a nomination had been rejected, it lapses and would no longer be available to be accepted subsequently unless there is a fresh nomination at a properly constituted meeting of Amugiwe. Jamaica, shukwe bonye sane ya lejiake. Keji akbelegbe, aka nominate me. Ni a nominate atan, benaka nomination ego. Bejagbe, esa eba eko. Nasa agbelegbe ko wa ke me ka me aba ke ka gbene okoyete ni ne ke gbene ka ba gbele esana gbele ya Amugiwe bi fe ahin asana Amugiwe bi fe afegbe na me ka gana moni wotole ege ye don moni wotole egbo moni wotole wakpale no bi ane one time e conclude there was no evidence before the committee that this was the case. Chemeke Dr. Nii Tetekweni Kwese ba aka eba ne ba ye Dzasetse biamine ka ke sumodo no mi agbele ko nomination agbele ko aka me aba aka ata Dzasetse agbele ko amugi we bi talakoshi na me ba aka ke amengbelebe ni me aba nominate me for Dzasetse. Number 4, in the case of Nii Yaote Oto, the committee found that he was not presented to the Sakuma Wulomo and that the necessary customary rites which the Wulomo should have performed were not done. Ameke wacha Nii Yaote Oto le na gbadi wana ya eji le akele hako Sakuma Wulomo ni Sakuma Wulomo bachu ekusumi ehale no ewo le ekusumi efemini esheku. Now watch out. Number 5. The committee is of the view that the evidence available does not support the contention of exclusivity of Dzasetse by Tetekwewe and Mantse by Yatewe. Joe Benny is a freaking liar. That mofo is a freaking liar. Lebatasi video ni chwe ne chon ake Nii Yaote Oto me amen no mi na meje Mantse pa me yo ni Tetekwe me ame yo Dzasetse. This is what the committee said. That mofo is a freaking liar. He should be excommunicated from our community. Video ni chakaje shishike hambwe. Ona kangmene in taking time. Min kane I spend my time like a lawyer preparing for my case in court. Nyenu neke ni bie adanume amame yoneke ni adansa bi amame yoneke mi jino ni committee eke. The committee is of the view that the evidence available does not support the contention of exclusivity of Dzasetse by Tetekwewe and Mantse by Yatewe. Joe Benny is a freaking liar. From the evidence available, persons from both Yate and Tetekwe group could ascend to the Mantse stool, as evident in the attempt to install the father of Nii Tetekwe II in 1965 Aska Mantse, which, but for certain non-customary political interventions, would have taken place. Jobeni eba tashine male ni echon adansa no na mame yo kadanu bi no na mame yo nye shaye. Hey, femi na pe wa moni wa meni wa Mantse ebe fake PhD. Wa Mantse ebe fake PhD. Wamo wasumoni kanemu. Ninyemeni Mantse ya PhD fake one. Because University of California, they don't have a discipline like that. They don't. They don't have a discipline like that. So nyemeni Mantse nyeka nye PhD nye shadi nye kaseni nye kane wolo. Nye kane wolo nye sha. Ka wo anya no kaka nye kanto fu. Jo benye ba ye. Ege ya toto ga ye Mantse. Nye sha. Fucking read, man. Read. Fucking read. You can't any. Ninyana alunye ke tennis court. Alunya wa ke tennis court unlunye. Tennis court. Moko nge bank tene ke bo na wa fe even wa fe tennis court po. Au ni tete. Au. Ega o na ga wa fe an sene po wa fe tennis court. Seriously, look, if you're in Akpe, get machine me again, non jay. Sometimes I wonder, like I walk the same streets. Like if you're in Akpe, seriously, what my community has become, I just cannot fathom it. It's unfathomable. Let's go to the next page. The committee observed, moreover, that at the onset of the selection process, the two groups started as Amugiwe and not separate ways. The three nominations for the Dzasetse cut across the two families, and three candidates were all from the female line. It was after Nii Tetekwe had declined his nomination that the Tetekwe group introduced the issue of exclusivity. So, the traditional council, Tetekwe consent to an arbitration. 4 years later, Eba file a lawsuit. Nye here womi. Yet the same issue. The traditional council. It's an government close to. We don't need it. Manchame fe mo afe no ne sumo because say na mo be aje anu kwale amale manjaloy. Nentete ko I interview le shienyo. Na sa interview le ke we kume. On the same issue. Recommendations. Based on the totality of evidence available and considered diligently and mindful of the observations stated above, the committee decided that of the two contestants, based on the totality of evidence available and considered diligently and mindful of the observations stated above, the committee decided that of the two contestants, A, Nii Yaote Oto should occupy the position of Dzasetse in order to avoid acrimony and to promote unity. A, Nii Yaote Oto should occupy the position of Dzasetse in order to avoid acrimony and to promote unity. Nii Tetekwe II should be considered. No problem, Jaga consider. Nii Tetekwe II should be considered for appointment as head of Amugiwe. He should be underlined, considered. Nii Yaote Oto no ake considered. Ake he should occupy. He should occupy. And Nii Tetekwe should be considered. Furthermore, the procedures which would fully validate the installation of Nii Yaote Oto, aka Numo Sakumono, as Dzasetse should be completed as soon as possible. And of course, what Numo Gbambeke Nakainuchumo Echu. Y'all mofos don't read. 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 Go beyond the videos. Read. You get everything. Everything. Ninja presenter. Wajie kome ninja kaba. Answer no yemiye. Read. Read. Nii Yaote Oto should occupy the position as Dzasetse, while Nii Tetekwe should be considered for the position of head of Amugiwe. That what you hear. What you hear, nyepene. That what you hear, nyepene. Now, nakai order ni amena nyebu atwe. Nakai nke the Grand Traditional Council asana shut it down. Now nakai order Nii Yaote Oto ke a lawyer say they challenged I may raise a jurisdictional question. Is it jury? No, that's not what I'm trying. That's not the word I'm looking for. Yeah, I think, yeah, jurisdictional question. As to whether the Traditional Council banye eye na kan sane miro na me call I me raise na kan question there. Dzasetse sane J divisional Dzasetse sane yo. J a divisional Dzasetse sane. But she aye a paramountcy Dzasetse sane. Oh, I forgot to pull this up for you. You know, I read a lot. You understand what I'm saying? I forgot to pull this up for you. I actually pulled up the section of the Chieftaincy Act. Make it clear. Let me see if I can find it in my search. Damn it. I actually pulled it up. Nima kande mahabu. Yejeme inye pano nyenimi fe insevi yejeme. Yes, thank you, Pauli. Thank you. Oh, ma kole law school le kwe. Maya na ni magbo. Law school le maya na ni magbo. Kwe kenye challenge maya. Of nye pull pakos anima type in my that particular section. And she I actually went to the exact portion of the Chieftaincy Act. Ne make all clear about hey now your paramountcy. Sanjinye. I should have clipped that. Shout outs to you. Aobache. Madoma, oh ma Toyota. Bagoda no one in way as more heavy. So clip that I should have. It's an issue. Clip here. Again, work at Chombo be no. Producer, I don't know if you can find it for me. Nimanye Nkechon will be here. Act 759, right? I believe that's the Chieftaincy Act 759 of 2008, I believe. There is a portion in your section. I actually looked it up yesterday whilst I was getting ready for the show. In your panonima clip but they make it clear. Okay, Paramount is an year. Are you a regional council? The traditional council said they deal with divisional issues. So Nii Yaote Oto lawyer said, challenge the jurisdictional authority of the traditional council to sit on such a case because Paramount Dzasetse is the Paramount Dzasetse tool. Are you a divisional Dzasetse? So they were challenging the traditional council. Because I wear Paramount Sunday, and that should be handled by the regional House of Chiefs. Because I wear Paramount Sunday. Divisional Dzasetse Sunday. Are you by a traditional council? Section 26. Thank you. Of the Chieftaincy Act. Thank you. Nyani Magbeli Ajeme. Section 26 of the Nyani Magbeli Ajeme. Thank you. Producer, I'm going to a clip you can send me. Thank you. Thank you, producer. There you go. There you go. Thank you, producer. Thank you. Section 26 in Google app. Ninya producer A4 Gino go nige mahami. So boy, nyani wafe wakwa Google. Screen there, no. You guys can see it, right? Section 26 of the Chieftaincy Act 2008, Act 759, establishes that the regional House of Chiefs as original jurisdiction in any cause or matter affecting chieftaincy relating to a paramount stool or scheme. Section 26. Non-Kanyanye. Establishes that a regional House of Chiefs has original jurisdiction in any cause, any, underline the word any, in any cause or matter affecting chieftaincy relating to a paramount stool or scheme. So, when we are talking about paramount Dzasetse Shipe, the traditional council, I'm a big jurisdiction. According to the Chieftaincy Act, Nii Amebata Nakansane no. And that is what Nii Yaote Oto they were challenging. But of course, because Kululu Chemeji Ame, Ni Ameye Anukwale, Ni Manjwalo Ejiame, Ni the traditional council led by Nidodu Saki, Ahmed Dragayewo. This is what they did. Ameteno, Ni Ametana Kansanieno, Ni Noji, Noni Onuni Jobenike in 2018. Ni Amena Nakai, Noni Chon, Ni Amena. Onuni job any choni amena noni amena obabote mi fe mi nke boake mi nke no fe no chombo Oh, producer, sorry, you can send me, you can send the boy. I'm going to mean tau. No. Producer no that. So I can watch on Bugunio now. Bona, lawyer for and care no go. Lawyer for care work. It is exclusive original jurisdiction. Exclusive. Underline the word exclusive. Like a lawyer for care. It is exclusive judicial original jurisdiction. Exclusive. Nichwage. I'm a gamokweja. I'm a pet. I'm a yo. Nakaino. I'm a pet. Nando, eko, any clear, kono no ninkani nona. Original jurisdiction. Thank you. There you have it. Original jurisdiction. Nando, ni wakani ata on original jurisdiction eh. Ni walaya iwe. No ni producer ke ami no ne. Original jurisdiction. No ne. Exclusive states that subject to other provisions, original House of Chiefs has original jurisdiction in all matters relating to a paramount stool. All matters. The traditional council, they have no jurisdiction to adjudicate anything concerning the paramount stool. Just say, I'm a benaka wale. No, I'm a fair. It's in contravention to the Constitution. That so-called Noni Joe Benny Bakanye is in contravention to the Constitution. They have the traditional council. I'm a big jurisdiction. Now the Batana Kansaniano, according to the Constitution of Ghana, I'm a big jurisdiction. So you see, Onanakaino, appeal, Shiboli, Sanji fat, and I'm telling you, Naka appeal. No ni traditional council I wanna chaff. I'm a bay wale. When you have paramount Sunday, it is an original exclusive jurisdiction. I'm a pay exclusive underlined in all matters relating to paramounts to skin or their occupants. Empowers the Judicial Committee of the Regional House to hear and settle specific traditional and succession disputes within its territory. No ni mama kane mabue. It's an no liake. Nakano ni job any chena mena. Nakano it's against the Constitution. But because of the Kululu Odotra, Amale ni ya no a traditional council he war. Even though I market a challenge, I mean, other now in the first place, I get the regional House of Chiefs now. I challenge you again. Man, Draloy. Yani, you get noni traditional council ke achwabu. Koni Ona. I think this is it. I think. Okay. Yep. Oh, mini. Ni sendi ni aye ni tele se. Yeah, ni tele se. Okay. All right. No. I'm a kane mabu. No ni job any you and get me and get no friend no trouble. Shout out to you, Numo Yakubu. I will show you everything. In Kaka, I'm a ruling one candy in Abu Dhabi in Malaya. I will show you everything. Job any again 2016. Now I'm not in 2018. No ne but we banning about trouble. One more. No quack, I'm a jurisdiction. Look. In the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council, Accra, AD 2017, suit number JTC JC6/16 between Nii Adama Latse II, house number D634/3, North Swalaba, Accra, plaintiff/applicant versus Nii Yaote Oto. Bullshit. I'm a division circle. I dance away. May F every single one of you. You're a bunch of old fools. The records of the Judicial Committee shows that on the 2nd September 2016, the plaintiff herein filed this action at the registry of the Judicial Committee against the defendant herein for the following reliefs. A declaration that Dr. Nii Yaote II is a substantive Paramount 2 Dzasetse since its installation in January 2006 was in accordance with Ga customs and traditions. Once again, Nii Yaote consented to an arbitration. He personally sat in that arbitration in 2006. It is binded upon him. A traditional council, where it sought, Nii Amele, they knew about arbitration in 2006. Amele. They should not even be entertaining any other issue on the same case. I'm a man dra. Kama blobo ni bi na me fio iwo. No ne? A declaration that the purported nomination, selection, and installation of Nii Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Yaote Taki Yaboy as Paramount 2 Dzasetse, is not in accordance with the customary laws and usage, and therefore null and void. A further declaration that Nii Yaote Oto II, aka Emmanuel Yaote Taki Yaboy, is not qualified and or eligible to be nominated and selected and selection and installed as Dzasetse, hailing from the Amugiwe Royal House and lineage under the customary laws and usage. An order of perpetual injunction to restrain the defendant either by himself, his agents, servants, privies, worksmen, and whomever as described. Sanima says, says, from interfering with the functions of the office of the Paramount 2 Dzasetse, and from engaging in or performing any role which otherwise is the preserve of the Paramount 2 Dzasetse. An order of perpetual injunction to restrain Nii Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Yaote Taki Yaboy, from holding himself out as Paramount 2 Dzasetse, and from engaging in any role which otherwise is the preserve of the Paramount 2 Dzasetse. The defendant herein, per his lawyer, Bright Akwete Esquire of Akwete and Associates, on the 3rd day of October 2017, entered an appearance of the defendant Nii Yaote Oto II, aka Emmanuel Yaote Taki Yaboy. Consequently, his lawyer, Bright Akwete, further filed a notice to raise a preliminary legal objection under Article 274 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 26 of the Chieftaincy Act 759 of 2008 as to the jurisdiction of this Judicial Committee to hear the suit. That is exactly what I read for you. Section 26 of Act 759 of 2008. The plaintiff herein filed an affidavit in opposition to defendant's counsel notice to raise preliminary legal objection concerning jurisdiction of the committee to hear this instant suit. On the 31st January 2018, this Judicial Committee ruled and stated that the Judicial Committee had jurisdiction to this suit and dismissed defendant/respondent's preliminary legal objection and ordered that the suit takes its normal course with cost of 500 Ghana cedis being awarded against the defendant and respondent. I wish they would have stated in law any ameyenaka power na me ba yenaka nsane neke rule in na me hane amechon. The lawyers for Nii Yaote Oto raised a legal objection, quoted Section 26 of Act 759 2008 to show nye be jurisdictional issue. Nye tano keke ni nye yue would have where jurisdictional issue. Where is the legal basis for supporting. They didn't, I don't see it. An act of law was quoted to challenge your jurisdictional power over an issue. Forget my act of law. Where in the law gives you that authority? Where is it? They should have been charitable enough to actually quote the part of the law that gives them that authority. The present motion application filed on the 17th January 2017 is praying before this committee for an order for judgment in default of defense against the defendant, Nii Yaote Oto. So that should tell you something. Be an enemy candidate should tell you, okay, I raise a legal objection there. So Nii Yaote Oto I'm a guy wale. Rich now say you're wale. No one can yagame. Ni meneme ya filed for a default judgment. So noni Joe Beni Bakane ni makane maabune. The merits or lack thereof of the case akwe. What we? The merits or lack thereof of the case akwe. They got a default judgment. Because Nii Yaote Oto ga da abi nyenye be wale. Inke ya regional na ye geme. I'm a constitution kwake I'm a paramountcy e wale. Nyenye be. So once again, the merits of the case akwe. Again, obatashi. Okay, I'm not saying I get default judgment is no judgment. It is judgment. It is. The motion application is supported by an affidavit which spells out the basis of the application with a search report conducted at the registry of this judicial committee on the 19th December 2017, certifying that the defendant was served with the processes and other applications initiating this action. It is the presumption that when an appearance has been entered, the proper procedure for an application for judgment in default of defense shall be on notice. Stop. Since on the face of the records, there is proof of service that on the 31st January 2017, the defendant was served with the motion application. This application filed on the 17th January 2017 before Judicial Committee is hereby granted. Judgment in default of defense as prayed for against the defendant per the reliefs on the writ of summons filed on the 2nd day of September 2016 and duly served on the defendant on the 15th September 2016 is hereby granted for the plaintiff hearing. Signed, Manjalo Nidodu Nsaki. Anytime no bache be ani Manjalo ajeshida. Manjalo Nidodu Nsaki. Ni ayikan le etaje metuma magan eyue noko le unda ne etaje shout out to you ni ayikan dake etaje be etaje ina ne eyue noko ayu awan lenjo I don't know. Again signed ni kwa odonko oh mlenje yongo mlenje abaje walenja waongo. Shout out to you Reverend Dr. DJ Pinapi abaje ni kwa odonko ni jikenkle walenja waongo alo jeleni Mirenje namesake, mirenje mbratiti. Oh, bratiti. Oh, nchekwe na kogbe show me. Bratiti. Botetete. Bola ya fonyo. Bola ya fonyo pana. Oh, nchekwe. Nchekwe na kogbe ogbe show me. Botetete. Oh, nchekwe obo modin. Nchekwe obo modin. Ango Obo modin. Ango obo modin. Mlenje nchekwe. Ichekwe me sonye a blobolo sonye dragon. Inwe many me fit your gang we kume son. Inye me son ken we kumeke nibi ame so me dragon. They me going. Bratiti le ana prophet boy a judicial service le. Oh, that Pauli, okay. Many me dragon, iwe ku me son fiti onibiye, iwe ku me son na me dragon. E so ma ke nwewa mo na ke mi mbatawi ni wi. Iwe ku me so me fiti organ, me son. Ya wa chano. Me de go yo ni ngba chombo. Wan chano. Anything oba muna. We nya wa chano. Ye ni bi e ko me ni ngba chombo. Now, so no need can abone. Once again, both way. I filed a lawsuit in a so-called from Ajimankese in 2016. Meanwhile, in 2015, Keji Traditional Council, I'm a Gandangbe Council arbitration chuni. I'm a Traditional Council. I'm a fair arbitration in 2015. Ona man draka blow boni bi na afio yega. So te fio te Traditional Council nye fio arbitration on a case in 2015 keke in 2016 nye entertaining a case on the same issue ninye tano. Fine, 2006 no ni Gandangbe Council ameka chuni. Ichagwe bratiti akebo akega Traditional Council ameta Sunday no the same Sunday ameta no in 2015 amefi arbitration lawyer for nyokpana jibo no jino ni dormi ni do do saki ile school abonete ni ayikan ile school abonete she ichagwe bratiti buenke lawyer for nyokpana jibo ichagwe ni kwa donko ni wa na mi ayo nabile miji ayo nabile na chole ni tete na mi ayo nabile ko ota o kai bi ojogba ayo nabile na chole ni tete na mi Lante Francis bi nuwe akole la ale bi nuwe na mi mine ichekwe bo lawyer fonyo pana jibo bo ni do saki ile school abonete ni ayikan ile school abonete shi bo lawyer fonyo pana no tashi na boneke musu. This is a disgrace to your legal profession. Min kobu mi obi nu mi no nkobu ni wa ayo na bile na le Lante Francis bi nu ele ne akole la ale bi nu na le min kobu. This is a disgrace to your legal profession. Enye nam le nche kwen be mi nkele mba ni mba yue bo chekwen sane no atashi no jemi. It is a disgrace to your legal profession. You were put on there to guide these people. Now me ben can legal knowledge. Afiabo no dumoko to me. No ye Sunday. Otashi na afeneke. It is a disgrace to your legal profession. Niwa nye fenye fo abi ani nye kale. Nye kala kenke ayo nabile leke. For it's a disgrace. If you are the same Traditional Council, I'm an arbitrator on a case. I entertain lawsuit. Yeah, the same case. Now I'm an arbitrator. I get lawyer for your pana. I get bo batani. Uncle, this is a disgrace to your legal profession. Now, the Traditional Council, na arbitration na in 2015, no jino na affair Nii Yaote Oto tintoshia. And they did it in the name of the traditional council. Yeah, inche come ngale platform say komano eba ewe na ewe ni etefi otena afi oni adoto tinto shiazana sana afi inche na tree. It is not a building that makes the traditional council. It is the people that makes the traditional council. Ne wo efeni cheme ba peye. Ni ame ba kake ame from traditional council. Ame from traditional council. They don't have to be in North Carnation. Ne wo Kevin Taki. If you're a traditional council, ni be your private house. Ne wo a receive or guest in the name of the traditional council, your private house. Because it is not a building that makes the traditional council. It is the people. So, come mene when you walk your freeman so much it is the traditional council. They don't necessarily have to be in North Carnation. You cannot poo just because I feel near the Totin Tosia. Nin Kencha Genche. On your Panaga fair North Carnation. Chemeni Atashi, near the Totin Tosia, me no me about North Carnation. So the building does not make the traditional council. It is the people. We were Kevin taking you here of visitors in the name of the traditional council. Near the door tinto ben can no anye. Yama can ye kun keme nyoko babi ekpako. Let me read it again. One bena water. Nke over 4 hours lele. We have an hour more to go. Lele one bena. To menime nyibaya TikTok and even warrior. My fluff bibi ning bag me janye ninye kwa. So okay, tobo ba nyoba kwele bag ye TikTok and even my fluff. I will chop it up. Mene jinoni arbitration ni traditional council, the traditional council on the same matter. On the same matter. Nye arbitrate ye no. Agbene nye no nye fonye. Mina ye ayekpe money. Ya makani amanye. Then agbene waya noni Nii Yaote Oto ga lawyer appeal na mekete Regional House of Chiefs on that particular issue. Press conference by the principal Wulome of the Gun State in collaboration with the traditional rulers on the impasse of the rightful Dzasetse for the Gamparmans to Dzasetse held at the conference hall of the traditional council. Actually, so press conference at 1 p.m. on April 8, 2015. Nyekwa any affair press conference in here. In like report Pushimba press conference press release it actually contains pretty much the same thing. So they reported I'm a release I'm a press conference there. In my press conference there, at the conference hall of the God traditional council. So in check. No guy afe atashi your tinto there, ni do tinto there na atashi here. Na bani man be a fale. God traditional council jama ta na announce ye. Dear members of the media, we have invited you to this news brief to explain and bring to an end the issue of the rightful Dzasetse of the Gamparmans to Dzasetse, which has been a bone of contention on the media landscape for a while. Two contending factions from Amugiwe, Nii Yaote Oto, the second faction, and Nii Tetekwe faction family led to a problem at the Mantse Palace, North Carnation. We, the principal Wulome, who have the final authority in solving such traditional issues, in consultation with other traditional rulers in Kamashi for a final settlement of the impasse by setting up an arbitration committee made up of the following. Numo Akwa Mensah III, Nae Wulomo, convener. Numo Ogbame III, Sakuma Wulomo, member. Nii Adote Otinto Sempe Mantse, member. Nii Dodu Nsaki Otublo Mantse, member. Nii Ayikan II, Akamaje Mantse, member. Nii Kwate Olemla the first. Rep Gan Akwashon Mantse. Ije Toyote Ofane Boy Ojugba. Inche Bon Sanine Sano Yue. Sano Yue Beshe ni Nyefe. Inche Nii Kwate Olemla Nyefe Sanine Yue. Nyefe Anonisa. All of you must do the right thing. Enough of the abache kagla na nation te wo call America te. Enough of the feet dragging, right? Yeah, enough of the feet dragging. It's an inye fe bi anenye wi. Iche Nii Kwate Olemla ni jikenkle impa mi bodo manye mi yake oyojugba. It's an inye me fe nye wi impa. People like you should start speaking. We be any your traditional counselor. Onaga me draga. Saninye you agbene. In attendance were Nii Osabu Akwe the first, Yoto Manche. Nii Ansa Bokoboko Manche. Nii Atukwe Fio Efel Betofan. Bubiashi Dzasetse. All representing concerned youth. Both factions appeared before the committee to present their case. Once again, both factions appeared before the committee to present their case. Nii Yaote Oto II appeared with all heads of the 4 Dzasetse ruling houses. However, Nii Tetekwe did not show up and was represented by 3 family members led by Nii de Graft Amui Kwe. The committee held 2 meetings, one on 14th March 2015 and another on 21st March 2015. The committee adopted a spokesperson approach for the 2 factions. The Nii Otogan faction first presented their case that it was installed the Dzasetse in accordance with customary laws, practices, procedures, and usages that govern the installment of a Dzasetse by the Royal Dzasetse, compromising the 4 ruling houses of the Paramount Stool. He has also gone through the customary processes at Naiwe, Kolewe, and Sakumowi. He sat in state as chief mourner and performed the funeral of the late Nii Amugi II Gamanche in the capacity of Dzasetse. He further represented the Dzasetse as Dzasetse in the chieftaincy suit at the Regional House of Chiefs, Dodowa, against the late Joe Blanksing Lati, without his status being challenged at the court by Nii Tetekwe. And yes, indeed, even Regional House of Chiefs said, Biamini, I'm a release, I'm a, for lack of a better than a ruling there on the consolidated case. Yes, I may identify as Nii Yaote Oto Dzasetse. I have that here too. The Nii Tetekwe faction argued that it is their prerogative to occupy the Dzasetse position without any documentary evidence. Released the traditional councillor Kebane. The Nii Tetekwe faction argued that it is their prerogative to occupy the Dzasetse position without any documentary evidence. I'm evidence. Me esha me no tumoboni ame jami na me ko amugiwe bi kete aba amugiwe na be tetekwe abe yaotewe na be tetekwe we ame na me jami na kan abe yaotewe na be tetekwe we ame fe amugiwe bi dia ya na ye we mi amugiwe bi a branch of the bigger na ye we ko te amugiwe abe yaotewe ne na be tetekwe we man jalo eni fitelo. The committee, having heard from both parties, adjourned proceedings and directed both parties to produce relevant documents in the next sitting of the committee. The next meeting took place on 21st March 2015. However, prior to this meeting, we received a letter from Tetekwe faction on 19th March, dated 13th March 2015, indicating their unwillingness to continue with the process, especially since their principal witness was indisposed. The committee, however, decided to go ahead with the case since the Tetekwe faction has not shown good faith. They've not shown good faith. Nii Oto II presented the following documents. Presented the following documents as requested by the committee. You have people sitting out there, and this is why people, they are not willing to let you go so free. This is why they don't believe a word you say. You sat in this arbitration. You were in it. You saw the documentary evidence. Only I get the kweme na memba nyenyema aka meka wojimba. Shobatashi no kana yesani. Na yante tekwe oh impa obomode impa oboko modern. Nia do tinto oboko modern. O action say no ka gan ba she. Any aba she oboko modern. Ene oyemi 4 years down the line, I will video amoyi or you ake oliake Dzasetse saneko yeko. Hey, Nii Yaote Oto II presented the following documents as requested by the committee. Report of the Gandangbe Council on the Dzasetse issue dated 28 November 2006. A copy of obituary of late Nii Yaote II. Order of service of late Nii Yaote II. Letter of kingmakers of the Paramount Stool on Nii Yaote Oto II's installation addressed to the Traditional Council. I have that letter too. Next time. Other relevant documents. Numo Gbame was requested to explain Tetekwe's claim that he installed him. He explained that he initially performed customary rituals for Nii Tetekwe when he was presented to him by Nii Adama Latse and some elders. Later, Nii Adama Latse and the same elders came back to inform him of some issues against Nii Tetekwe and requested his destillment. He was provided the customary demands and he was distilled. Video in Trahabwe. Now documents they capture. Look, come on. Ita nyenjaga minyetia me kome nyeba suffer big time. You understand what I'm saying? Nyetia me kome nyeba suffer big time. Nyetia me kome nyejaga nyeba suffer big time. Nyetia me kome nyeba suffer big time. Nye dragon. So video in trouble. No more gbame you no ne. Later, the Amugiwe family and Nii Adama Latse and the Dzasetse brought Nii Yaote Oto to him as Dzasetse, and he performed the necessary customary rites. He maintained that Nii Tetekwe is not the Dzasetse of God since he was distilled. How dare you, Joe Benny? Freaking lie to people. How dare you? So, video in Trahabwe, ne document. Observations of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the committee found as a fact that Nii Yaote Oto has passed through the necessary customary processes to become Dzasetse. The committee noted that for Nii Yaote Oto II to have sat in state as the chief mourner during the funeral of the late Mantse and coordinator of the funeral committee confirms his position as the Dzasetse. The committee noted again that the Gandangbe Council has once ruled on the same issue in 28 November 2006 and in favor of Nii Yaote Oto II. The committee observed that Tetekwe faction was fond of withdrawing from settlements in the course of hearing. Last page. Recommendations. Again, ladies and gentlemen of the press, weighing the totality of evidence adduced and documentary proof available, the committee came to the conclusion that bullet point 1, Nii Yaote Oto the second is the rightful Dzasetse of the Paramount stool and should be recognized as having gone through all customary processes. Both Nai and Sakuma Wulomo, as part of custodians for performing rites on Paramount stool occupants, vowed not to perform such duties on anyone not presented to them by Nii Yaote Oto II. A sheep and a goat were slaughtered to affirm their vows. Request all stakeholders of the state to assist in promoting unity and peace in the state. Appeal to both the regional and district security councils to maintain law and order as we approach the Madumo and Homo festivities. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, on the strength of the above stated reasons and decisions, it is our considered view that parties to this matter will adhere to our decision for peace and tranquility to prevail. Niwa amalebo ameke bo aka afi arbitration. Nii Adoto Tinto arbitration no fita ina afi yo hia. Mini na gbe na report ake chonbo. Te balete no pe no na wo camera moyin. No you are no you are. He say ona, he say ngblad me. She obey case. Obey case. Non kane abwe. Now, next question. Nimis money wabi wa ejiake. Next question. Nimis money wabi wa ejiake. Do I even have to read the appeal? You know, let's move forward. No, but we shouldn't even be getting to a place like this. Let's move on. Let's move on. What for 3.5 hours? I said we'll be here for 4 hours, so let's move on. I will leave that. If I have to next time, I'll do it. Oh, no go. I'm a fair press conference in it. Shout out to you, Nene. Impa over the board, Nene ever join you. Now, I'm a fair press conference now. I make a watch me. I'm a honey gonna be fairly. I can Nii Yaote Oto Nii Yaote Oto Jiga Paramount stool Dzasetse. Yeah, I'm a skippy appeal Germany inke habu. Now, no one got traditional council I noticed to set aside default judgment. No one then check Germany. I'm letting you know. See, I have all the documents, but let's move on. Let's move on. Oh no. B80. Now, I'm supposed to show you two. Now, come on. Gabi, there is one knee. Here you go, any. Come on. Ni, I make a press conference now. Now me ana publish into the newspaper. Now, Gans accept Nii Yaote Oto as kingmaker. I mean, I publish a daily semi. Koni game fe ana. Nano. I mean, I publish a daily semi. Ni game fe afe mini. Ana. Gas. Accept Nii Yaote Oto. Now, this is dated Thursday, April 9th, 2015. Thursday, April 9th, 2015. So the same traditional council. Now me fair press conference at time. Now me ana publish. Ya Ghanaian Times say me. Koni Ghana be fair na akabi ana Nii Yaote Oto ganka ya. Eke 2016 nyete. Nye entertain a case on the same issue. Nye arbitrate omo. Man dralo eni fite loy. Man dralo eni fite loy. Wabia ewo ma for sure no. Now, nyani wabia wa yake. Ani ga traditional council ani ame recognize Nii Yaote Oto ga ake Dzasetse lo. The same traditional council nya wabia wa yake. No ene me face ani ame accept Nii Yaote Oto ga ake Dzasetse lo. Nya wo job any video keba. Nye bisani, nye kaseni. Nye bisani, nye ba kaseni, nye shashai. Nye kewa manche, ebe fake PhD. Ni wamo, wameni wa manche, ebe fake PhD. Wamo wolu eka kenya wa call me. Take video, wa wambisani, ni wa kaseni. Nye binoko, eka nye go kenya ken jofwe. F every single one of you, motherfuckers. Cheme, minkpa ye fai, jeni kenye keme yuembo nye tue. Minkpa ye fai wa kenye me, minkpa ye fai. I don't want to do this. Mimbo modi ake, machake yuemo. Nyemeni nyeleme nyele age mi ene ben vocabulary mi. She these people, ame force me. Ame ani inda yuemo chake. Because near ye minla. Ene ame ani introduce yuemo ekomeka wo vocabulary mi ne be mi. 9th April 2016. Hello, 9th May mo yoje. Come on up right there. Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs and Religious Studies, Ghana, Traditional Council, Republic of Ghana. 9th May, Mona, 9th May 2016, 9th May 2016. Nii Yaote Oto the second, Dzasetse, Office of the Gamanche. RE, admission of Nii Adama Latse the second into the Traditional Council as president. We should not even be doing this. Like I should not be doing this. As any bene Nii Adama Latse tano ni ke matabi mi bashile because ekolele we fe ni bi komeni ni eja ona eke nke ha ni ada nke ha ayabache we bashile eke nke papa roll we bashile. We should not be doing this. We should be this square by this time we should be bashing Nii Adama Latse. Ye ni bi komene sanefe nefe. That is what we should be doing, not this. God nukwale yega ke Ghana fe the whole man fe tonotu. Man fe tonotu. Man fe etonotu. Nii Yaote Oto the second, Dzasetse, Office of the Gamanche. Liaka meke Nii Yaote Oto Dzasetse ni Traditional Council. RE, admission of Nii Adama Latse into the Traditional Council as president. The council has agreed to induct King Nii Adama Latse II as the president of the Traditional Council. But however, due to the ban on drumming and noise making, the ceremony will be performed after the ban is lifted. Therefore, the date for the induction will be communicated to you after the ban. Signed, Mercy Asante, Registrar. Signed, Mercy Asante registrar le egma egma ke Emmanuel ya tetaki ya boy egma ke Nii Yaote Oto ni jienyo ni egma ke le ake Dzasetse ani na gbena amechu na kan ni ani no de keke aduma ata abafe ani amechu Ghanaian Times, Thursday, May 8th. Adama Latse endorsed as Gamanche. The Traditional Council accepted Nii Adama Latse as the new Gamanche after several years of dispute and misunderstanding over the rightful occupant of the stool. Known in private life as Judge Taki, he was given a stool name King Taki Adama Latse II. He will later be coronated as the president of the Traditional Council after being registered as a member of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. This was after the kingmakers of the state introduced Nii Adama Latse II, a royal from Abola Piam, one of the four ruling houses, as the rightful successor to Nii Amugi II, who passed on to eternity about 10 years ago. The acting president of the Traditional Council and chief of Otubloun Manjalo, Nii Dodu Nsaki, accepted Nii Adama Latse as the chief of the Gang state. Can you imagine? Otubloun. Once again, Otubloun, it's not against it, it's just this particular guy. This particular guy. Come in Funo Otubloun, Ngenga Otubloun. Inga Otubloun. Ina ayo Otubloun. Le fo nyakwele ni nyakwele ke for me. Ina ayo mami Otubloun. Le jelante janwe le oda koni she mami Otubloun. Le ji na chiche ninke wombi yo great grandmother. Together with Nii Ayi Bontek Bese Manche, Nii Ayi Kain Akamaje Manche, and Numo Gbame Sakuma Wulomo. Nii Dodu Saki encouraged the kingmakers to continue to promote peace in the Gang community, saying that what we are doing here today is a sign of togetherness among Gangs. Manjalo male nomie ete shika esene yano neve bulu. The ceremony held at the Gamanches Palace at Carnation, Accra was witnessed by 4 of the 15 chiefs of the Traditional Council, with a few people and the kingmakers in a serene environment. The kingmakers at the function included Nii Mensa Late, head of Taki Komewe, Nii Yaya Ade, Nii Daniel Taki, head of Tekochulu, Nii Yalai Yate, and Nii Yaku Late, representative of the Amugiwe family. Nii Taki Kome Dodu, acting stool head of the state. Nii Oko, Madam Grace Oko from Abola Piam Way, and Nii Norte and Tiade, I think I can represent La Manche. The Dzasetse of the Gastool, Nii Yaote Oto II, who introduced the new chief in a short ceremony, stated that the Gun state was not disorganized as perceived by the public. He was hoping ake nibi share to enjoy baba nibi ayano ojugba. Unfortunately, nibi ayano ojugba. To top it off, thank you, originator. I try. Trust me. I try so much. I try so much to stay in my good element. So I would not do so. I try my very best. It is very hard. Sometimes, you understand what I'm saying? These people, they get on your very last nerves. So once again, my apologies to everybody. Kemba tabi hold on himself wa dienche. Bona I really try. So my apologies. Ona ke bona ofane ke kimi. And I'm gonna keep trying to stay, to make sure I eliminate neke jargons there na I may introduce keban yue mo mi ma try my very best ni ma eliminate no me ye me. So min pa nye fen fight onu. Okay. Now, igni ekebo ake high court ruling ake Nii Yaote Oto gan eto Nii Adama Latse ojogban. Bona nakajino ni headline cable, right? So it's 11 pages. I want us to know what he 4 hours saying in cable me because mlenche to me inkwe. Bona didn't turn again in Canada and we're going to again. So anima kind of the relevant portions, right, of that judgment can happen. You understand what I'm saying? Koni agbene odna. You understand what I'm saying? Odna no one habo na can head dinake high court a rule ake Nii Yaote Oto gan nichumo echule ojogbang ni toni eto Nii Adama Latse etole ya nukwale kemlana. Let's go. Ofane ke oba feta wa ye jani fe mo eyamoko onu share mo link e kiyamoko ni le hu e kiyamoko ye shiba amli ke o like ko show ofane like mo ami gonti boli no ni ya nwe bomode ni o ha mi gonti no ni ya nwe eko ye eshiba mli. Nimba chebeke nyemenya once again no ninke gbeli je no ntawo ninke gbeli. I want to use this one. Yes. There we go. Yeah, that's why I love this one. This one, Yani document if you are go fine, me. But I think it's this one. Good. Let's go. Now, in the High Court of Justice, Ghana, General Jurisdiction 4, held in Accra on Wednesday, the 5th of March, the 5th day of March 2025, before His Lordship Justice John Bosco Nabari, ame appealiko ni the standard of limitations ehu. They can never appeal this. It's done. Agbena. I think you have about 6 months in total. This is settled. This part, look, in Sanene como aye anukwale ona. Aya isani bene Nii Adama Latse show ne ni fio sani bene boni agbeko sempe school na nken gbe na ni min bola awole boni dwele kole na ken batashi be min bashi ni dwe sana lo we ona beke papa ro won bashi aya bache ni ntumo no otu esa wo here. This is what we should be wasting. Ni won bolo ke wole. Now I am. Manche ni be bata no le e ba bola awole. Coffee no ni water wo ba bola awo. One tag gan hile. Was spare mugo. So can they fable na bag square in case and square Nii Adama Latse tano ni mimbola wole. Get tano ma bolo na guy no. We have to fix what we say. Mo fe woni ba ta sen no abola until they have the right thing. That's just a fact. Yani, like I said, Maya, the relevant portion said, ni wake muna. Let me read from page 9. can read it from page 9. No, I can't from page 9. You are a little bit about neke arbitration jine ni afefe bona. You understand what I'm saying? Bona. Nyani, so nyani watch out. 15 pages. So let me read from page 9. It talks a little bit about the arbitration there, Sunday, and whether that arbitration, excuse me, not the arbitration. It talks a little bit about nakai order, the subsequent judgment ni job ni ba you here. This talks about it. Ni whether it still holds. Now what no ni judge you to it. In any civil or criminal action, the burden of persuasion as to the commission by a party of a crime, which is directly in issue, requires proof beyond reasonable doubt. It is a submission of counsel for the respondent that the order allegedly given by the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council as contained in Exhibit NDK 8, if it was obtained by a motion ex parte, cannot go beyond 10 days. The said order in part states, and upon hearing Nii Yaote II for and on behalf of the joint applicants herein, it is hereby ordered that the first defendant, Yaote Oto, aka Emmanuel Yaote Takiyaboy, is restrained from holding himself out as the Dzasetse. I quote it, so you know the judge here is talking about that same order. Nii Joe Benny make reference to it, the same order. Learned counsel further stated that Exhibit NDKT1, which was a judgment in default of defense, was also not served on the respondent for the respondent to know exactly what he is being restrained from doing. He said a copy of proof of service of the default judgment could have been exhibited to prove this situation. He then concluded by referring to the respondent's Exhibit 6, which I believe is a misnomer, misidentification. Since Exhibit YOG 6 is a letter talking about admission of Nii Adama Latse II into the Traditional Council as president, but not on any arbitration. The exhibit learned counsel for the respondent may be referring to is Exhibit YOG 8, which is a report on the arbitration of the Gandangwe Council on the issue of Garoya's 2 Dzasetse, which council said it remained unchanged before the 2016 case, which purportedly resulted in the default judgment. It must be observed that by Order 50, Rule 14, which is subject to Sub-Rule 5 of CI 47, proceedings in an application for contempt cannot commence until the court satisfies itself that a respondent of the application has been served personally or the person knew or might have known of the order of the court, especially if the person was present when the order was made. See, Abo holding 1. Hudson versus Hudson, 1962. 3 RER, I believe it's English Review. One second. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Remember. Right. Number 2, Republic versus Moffat, ex parte, Alote, 1971. Number 2, Ghana Law Report, 391. Again, it is to be noted that there is no copy of an application exhibited by the applicants of the Traditional Council upon which exhibit NDKT was obtained. This is necessary since service of Exhibit NDKT is being disputed by the respondent, as well as doubts raised concerning how the said exhibit was obtained. As regards Exhibit NDKT1, in respect of suit number GTC/J66/16, there was notice of entry of appearance to the said suit by the lawyer for the respondent, Bright Akwete Esquire, and there was even a notice to raise preliminary legal objection filed on 3rd October 2017 to object to the jurisdiction of the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council to hear the case. After the motion for judgment in default of defense was granted, Exhibit NDKT1, the respondent through his lawyer, filed a notice to set aside the default judgment, Exhibit NDKT4, before the Judicial Committee of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. There is, however, no indication as to the outcome of the notice to set aside the default judgment given on the 4th day of October 2017. This, it is clear that Exhibit NDKT1 was duly served on the respondent. Otherwise, there would not have been an attempt by the respondent through his lawyer to set aside a said default judgment. It therefore does not lie in the mouth of the respondent to say that it was never served with Exhibit NDKT1. Be that as it may, the applicants maintain that though an order of perpetual injunction was granted against the respondent in the ruling of the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council in suit number GT6/J66/16 dated 8 February 2018, the respondent continued to hold himself as the Dzasetse. It appears that the applicants did not have any issues with the acts or conduct of the respondent from 2006 until they filed suit number. It appears that the applicants did not have any issues with the acts or conduct of the respondent from 2006 until they filed suit number. They didn't have anything because they accepted the recommendations of the arbitration. It worked, it was going on until they came back again with Mandrani B. JT6/J66/16 before the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council, which gave its ruling on 4th October 2018. The applicants especially based the misconduct of the respondent on Exhibits NDK3 series, which may be termed press releases by the office of the Mantse at the time, though signed by the respondent. These press releases appears to have taken place in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, respectively. If that is the case, a portion of an earlier ruling by the High Court presided over her leadership, Novice Efua Ayeni. Kevin Taki will be a novice judgment. I'm a court to a papa, a woman, novice. I'm a court to a novice B. Novice case, that was when Nii Adama Latse and Nii do saki take court because Nii do saki prevents from taking his seat as the president of the Traditional Council. That's this novice case name. Now, Justice of the High Court attached to the applicant's supplementary affidavit in support and marked as Exhibit NDKT8, which was certified on April 20th, 2018, reads in part as follows. And that, yeah, they are important take, yeah, page, and that the committee accordingly struck out all cases pertaining to the dispute to make way for the amicable settlement of the dispute. And that the committee accordingly struck out all cases pertaining to the dispute to make way for the amicable settlement of the dispute. It is instructive to note that these depositions was not disputed or challenged by the defendants/applicants hearing. In my respectful opinion, with the dismissal of the dispute by the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council and the resolution of the dispute as per Exhibits Yaote 2 and Yaote 3, the injunctive order was no longer operational. The objections by the defendants are overruled. This is their favorite judge, Novice, telling them, okay, neke order jinefe naka order injunctive Nii Yaote Oto gan ka fe no kwe judge ke because I'm a pene aka me ba fi arbitration ni amete arbitration it means sake naka injunctive order a chuni dong. So kona ni moko kebu ake na ke order for Nii Yaote Oto gan na ke ka perform no ko ni a perform no ko no ni Novice ka mene. This was the answer from Novice to na ke order na me you osane amaka na ekun. And at the committee, and that the committee accordingly struck out all cases pertaining to the dispute to make way for the amicable settlement of the dispute. It is instructive to note that the positions was not disputed or challenged by the defendants/applicants hearing. In my respectful opinion, with the dismissal of the dispute by the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council and the resolution of the dispute as per Exhibits Yaote 2 and Yaote 3, the injunctive order was no longer operational. The objections by the defendants are overruled. Let's go on. The portion of the ruling quoted above may have been in relation to suit number GJ/16/619/17 filed in the High Court General Jurisdiction Accra on 13th November 2017, entitled Nii Yaote Oto the second versus Nii Dodu Nsaki the third, Dr. King Teko Taki Chulu, Nii Dr. Tetekwe the second, and marked exhibit NDK2 series and attached to the applicant's affidavit in support of the application for contempt. It is interesting to note that exhibit NDK2 series and the portion of the ruling of the High Court and attached seem to favor the respondent, and these were all exhibited by the applicants. The applicants contended that the respondent was deposed as acting Paramount to Dzasetse. On a memali and he was acting Dzasetse and he was deposed on the 30th day of November 2010 by a statutory declaration. And the first applicant reinstalled as the gun, Stu Dzasetse, on 1st May 2012. I do not intend to go into the intricacies of the you see what I mean? You see, no ni many can abu from when I get date say na me form of I'm Mali. I'm Mali. I make a case say no I mean order 2009, right? Order now mena again pending the final determination of the matter. The matter I mean not default judgment in 2018. So nyekesanete near year in 2009. Nyena order in 2010. Final ruling by unkata 2018. 2010 you know na get pending the final determination of the matter. Ni amete na me depose Nii Yaote Oto ni I'm a reinstating Nii Tetekwe in 2012. Ona July ka amale loe. Bona. Ona July ka amale loe. Bona. 2010 na me na order na ke fita yake pending the final determination of the suit. Akanaka no banagbe in 2018, so called. Now, I mean, between time 2010 no, na me Nii Yaote Oto gan na me reinstate Nii Tetekwe. You see these people, chale anukwale bega. Ninyeke sanete na ye. Na determine ko. Nyeka order egme Nii Yaote Oto gano. Ake ka fe no ko nete afi. Nyehu nyeke sanete na ye ko. Nyefo nye. Nete nyehu nyeke nyemfe no konklo. No na me fe bo ame male ame Nii Yaote Oto gano go deposit ko. Ame be no konklo na me kwa ba na me kwa chon ame be ko. I'm deposit le young be. Mma me chue. Mma fe kusunye. Na mo tell me. Me wulomo. Hey awomi. I do not intend to go into the intricacies of the removal of the appointment of a Dzasetse, since this is not within the jurisdiction of this court. Now, ke obasumono you manema spare a few minutes. Text me, you already know. Text me. Call text me down only number because in the show emba nagbi. I think I can work for 4 hours. So in the show emba nagbi. Over the call, I smoke. I trouble. Even with your over text me hi. You get me in trouble. Your WhatsApp. I text me hi. Get in trouble. I do not intend to go into the intricacies of the removal or the appointment of a Dzasetse, since this is not within the jurisdiction of this court. Having said that, it is to be noted that on Saturday, the 14th and 21st March, an arbitration committee held that the respondent is the rightful Dzasetse of the Gampamans too. This is what sealed the case. And here you are. Camera mono. Niokake oleheko. The subsequent High Court ruling referred to supra before, above, put matter to rest when it held that the injunctive order was no longer operational. 2015, nakan arbitration ni traditional council fe ni ameke Ghana mamufe na me fe press conference ake Nii Yaote Oto Dzasetse no jino ni ake chuoni. That is it. It settled the case. The case of who the Dzasetse is it settled. That 2015 arbitration settled it. No court should be entertaining any Dzasetse issue again. None whatsoever. It's settled. No, ni me use estopel loosely. Me use estopel loosely as a layman. You cannot eat your cake and have it back. You consented to an arbitration. You agreed. The report was released. Ne favor Oto start. This should amount to abuse of the court process. Any judge ne ya no kwalie keji oso bo neke Dzasetse sane ekokete ni a presenter sane we chafo ne fine ni boa go aba fine ni boa go judge fe judge ni ba ya no kwali. That being the case, and the said order of the High Court not set aside by a higher court, any subsequent act, that being the case, and the said order of the High Court not set aside by a higher court, in all of these cases, say statute of limitations, unless you have fraud, sonny. Last lawyer fraud viscerates all. You know when fraud, you must prove it because it is criminal. So the standard is proof beyond reasonable doubt. The statute of limitations say, oh, none of these cases say that being said, that being the case, and the said order of the High Court not set aside by a higher court, any subsequent act or conduct by the respondent, from my point of view, cannot be an act in contempt. There is no gainsaying the fact that contempt of court being a serious issue, the punishment or any other punishments as prescribed by law undermining the administration of justice must not be used capriciously. The Supreme Court in Republic versus High Court, Fast Track Division, Accra, ex parte, PPE Limited, and Paul Jurek, Unique Trust Financial Service Limited, interested party, 2000 to 2008 Supreme Court Ghana Law Report 188, stated that the courts should be anxious to contain the power to punish for contempt, which is said to be wide and arbitrary, and should be done within the narrowest possible confines in order to safeguard the fundamental constitutional right of the individual to liberty. In such applications, which would deprive the liberty of an individual, actual but not imputed, notice of the specific terms of the orders must be approved. See Republic versus Bekun and others, ex parte, Ajay, 1982-1983, Ghana Law Report 91. Number 2, Cleland v. Alexandra, 1966, Ghana Law Report 758. In the circumstances of the instant action, I find that the respondent never engaged in any conduct that constituted a breach. Kani amete moko kebo noko e. No, kani amete moko kebo noko. Kahani amete moko kebo noko. Ni amekake o Nii Yaote Oto gan. Ni na hale oda nebo oda twe. Ni teke kotu ke oda egma ameno. Na mafe no na me fio teke gan traditional council nke ame kane ni ame ba platform sa no na me ba bolo ame kane ni. A lot of them are bluff and take me kane ame nu shishi. I'm saying it. Ni ame me na me nu shishi we manjoloi. They are a bunch of hypocrites. They are a bunch of sycophants. Bobby atwe. So call ni mo go yake Nii Yaote Oto da na ka oda me no ni garanti ka me ka fe no ko ne te afe bono ni je you e bi atwe botwe. In the circumstances of the instant action, I find that the respondent never underline never engaged in any conduct that constituted a breach of the orders of the Judicial Committee of the Greater Accra Traditional Council. So kamo go kake Nii Yaote Oto gan ni orders ni ebo orders etwe inka ame kane blofwe wolu ame ti ame kume akani ona akọ ame learning. So kona ni moko che na ke 2010 order ne ke Nii Yaote Oto gan bono ni ka bo mi twe mi tete iyako law school ina wa ibolo because you know suffer go na ewie blow down o suffer any you blow am na sky o suffer di tete ye sege ingabini mi o suffer Jimmy in le blow ewie mo o suffer any you blow am na sky. She what many will preach you on again. What about cable no no back popo no back joke to come in Chicago. It's an art. And thou say the Spirit of the Lord. But let your banake, yes. Mumo conclude you. But the Spirit of the Lord said, oh, wale bemi, both we. So kabo mitwe osofo ni batabia ni mbolo ni ngbe asho bodo ni jeje eke mi yako law school je no ni jeje eko no nketwoni. Shout out to you, Lucy Toyote. Abakaneko. Again, in the circumstances of the instant action, I find that the respondent never engaged in any conduct that constituted a breach of the orders of the Judicial Committee of the Greater Accra Traditional Council, especially when the High Court in suit number GJ/161917 delivered a ruling on 17th April 2018 to the effect that no injunction order was operational any longer. Having regard to the fact that the dispute was dismissed by the Judicial Committee of the Traditional Council following the resolution of the said dispute between the two parties. Therefore, I hold that the applicants failed to meet the evidential burden placed on them to satisfy the standard of proof required, which is proof beyond reasonable doubt. This means that application for committal for contempt fails, and it is hereby dismissed. Justice of the High Court, John Bosco Nabrese. There you have it. So, kani mokobalakabu. Kame yue kemo amake ameko nibi na amekandi. Kemo kani mokobalakabu. Ofe ready no ba you are texting mommy hi. Ofe 4 hours 5 minutes. Pepe nke abache baba no. Akuche efe mi aka akuche ya available. Akuche o ya available. Akuche ofa ne ko ya available animal e ninke bo aba no. Onu akuche. Pauli boy available. Ameana you anu. Abache we fe bizona. Okay. Biamini wo me ayabache ye ishiba mi. O fine bomode ni owawo bona. What donation for school any your la bomode ni owawo. Bomode ke okuleje febo dromo. O fine anyone ni ashe o donation no. Ona boni yo koni wokwe ini wokwe. There is another video circulating. Got you, Anyemi. There is another video circulating of Ninungwa ni Eyue noni teno ye biamini a transport biamini ayue Nii Adama Latse a Dzasetse femo here ni oboda I talk about Sean Fele interview no feno ni nungwa yue nakani emeje anu kwale ni. I will deal with that video too. Jamie Makebake Janu Kwale. Ni Nungwa a objective to the committee transporting Nii Adama Latse a Gazette paper say to the National House. Video any nyana ni Nungwa ejweyemi akele ejuni yue against nkamedan emale oh dabi oh anti trees akenka aka onukpa ke emale no na you je anukwale ni igemi jemi ma yue committee report no ni ayue na kan committee mi fe report capture. I have the committee's report. I will mababa tabi ni makande mabu no ba na ke ni odaifio welenchi na kan video ni nani ame circulating I will do justice to that video. Ni odaifio welenchi nkele fe wo blofok be justice le won achole justice akatuwe. I will do justice to that video. Male I have the san yue ko iye committee report na me fe before I may transport Nii Adama Latse a Gazette paper say get the National House of Chiefs say no fe no ni nyo da ifo welenchi ewe na kan video am ye je anukwale ni maba makane no ni wolu eke nka mie ya ni mokwa aka mi no ko to eke mi sano ha mi wolu no na kan video am no nye boy post mo no we maba ma woni ma chafo nka look every single video ni baba there is a document ne speaker to that video every single one. I have your type me data nimbe time nimba online nimbe time niya offline. I have a family and I have work to do. No warning. She every single thing in your baba wabanana. Yeah, she family. O fine. Bomade koni o donate no koke wa wonu. Bomade no donate no koke wa wo. O fine. O fine ke o fe o donation bomade koni okay receipt hami bona. Yeah, she family. Mene wana donation if ma ke nye. Mimba yankole ke send me. Paulina na ayoko papu. Mr. Papu, over nelia ke ejabo ngoe. Mr. Papu, because you were the only person because of the last name. it may not be it may not be it may not be necessarily you. But fine kejebo ni ofane animally. But nye fine moko sendi washika. Minda mo shiwa mo sendi ye Ghana. No abole Ghana so le money pote energy. But it came from Paulina na Ayoko Papu. Paulina na Ayoko Papu. Ni Ekewake Library Project. Papu. And so, Mr. Papu, I think I get bononi ona. Mr. Papu, I think that is you. So, Mr. Papu, ofane oyana walada wanine eshe oshikano ona. Mr. Papu, ofane oyabiolu iche ofane wandabo shie. So, nye Mr. Papu hawo shika. Thank you so much, Mr. Papu. Okleja ya none jobo ni ewomi ehabo. Thank you. So, ofane bonke numwa febo dromo bomaden koni okay, o donation aba onu. Nyani wake wanyeminu aba akpano ni ikawaba yu keke wake wanife mo ibanagbe. Hello, Nyemi. Do your thing.
Modromo
Ayeko. Yeah. You find no jai pano.
Okay, all right. Oh, you are done. But minga table of maybe my later to bomodin wa. I mean, which one no chwe. Inle no poten ni ma yuji. Joe Blanu ni. Di benye Joe Blanu ni. Lake onupa mukra jile. She noni if your onake if ke cheje bia na eboy ni master wa dienche and noni in gadaji a lot of the documents can be known na Nii out ya court is the one who has been doing it leg man can she should hear us out as an alien because he would pay for no fee Ghana. You pay for it. No community as an LG there is no expiry for criminality.
Yep. Absolutely.
And we are very much we are very much aware. DBA forgery can be here. Nefi no kemijile kwen bonini bi yale ma beshidi. See, I think he still has so much confidence in being a film.
Yeah.
No, a channel nefi. She Eliake, well, we'll come after him. We'll come after him strongly. Ni noni efe gan, toto money hane bagan. He will certainly pay for it. Ke e what we eduake, he will certainly pay for it. Many a your common, you see, in program if any one that get call where tetekwe will be a mukwe ba wi. You know, tetekwe ni memuko je amete mukwe ba wi ba me de. Mi no na wi Dzasetse sane. Je amete mukwe ba wi. She le benye de ba wi bi ne call bi ne your common ya mugi we. Shia ejo edenche tenu ni jimi eje. Are you aware ake Dzasetse mi denje at the point there due to Gashuele? That is what I gathered. Now Shuele because of neke kind of yes. Because of neke kind of suban ke ni bi ni enyemi. Ni esmoni efe no ni esmo. Ni esmoni it's like a control ni bi. And no so enye. Ona amete me kuma me fia me chieftaincy contractors.
Clearly.
And let's say just say because what na pani contribution na make ba ye gan. All they do is that I'm a near chieftaincy ni ness and I'm a try me just a free.
Yeah.
I'm a bombardier. They would really fund the wind of confusion. Couldn't take advantage of it. Couldn't make shika. And so some of them they are surviving based on negative chieftaincy they be there. based on Mantse, maybe no na make a survivor. But beyond that, they don't own anything connected to their life because Benny Sanina, you realize actually he has consistently been mentioned and sustainedly been mentioned. Kajabeni awo tetekweni.
Yeah.
So abi actually tetekweni awo eleje amugiwe. And ko okwe argument any if you're a shit post there. At first in tetekwewe ke yatewe. Na ate adanu ke adasa. Na adanu this woman ajemi. Ate adanu ke adasa. Na ate aikwe chekonowe. Ke amugiwe. Ile weda onu na kenje egbe unda aikwe chekonowe.
Yeah.
Ke amugiwe. And all this thing is much ado about nothing. Like you've done the entire job for us. Legally, there is no standing. Customarily, there is no standing. And if I'm not the case because the case actually deals with the entire thing.
Yep.
She or not no bomode no tsl wa. She tumobono ye what me oblanu fio jimi. We no call like beke biojimi kena for fosa. She cheme ni ame allow. Inna cheme ko me na meta be na fio ni ametami. The femina sai she ame allow mu kutumo beni. Can any wash shene any was ke was young, was youth, any was shene, Bokotumo Benny. It's not even fit to be close to the castle. She no kwe won the ena na can bear, but he should know I can better Jofo Yegan will come after him. We will certainly come after him. He's already been exposed. Will come after him. They would be held accountable because I mean, use Kassin that they can colony be. I mean, many years here, you showed the documents and how inconsistent he has been. How can they take Game for fools? Like it's. I mean, check Game. Yes, it is that serious. Sacrilege, danger.
Yeah.
But in the first place, small because near na feel nefe ona shile je yin aro nukwe. Ona ni le ba here na ewi. So I am extremely careful. Ake inja je.
That's right.
She ona ke beni me amete me kume amena me hosena ame futunu enye na me feni bi. Ame feni bi. Bon, game asanu what is she? I mean, the other thing is, they come on social media and they lie. They make a case, they even lie. It is straightforward, it is simple. Initially, Nii Adama Latse Jabato. That was the argument. No, that was the argument. No, the post is just being shifted. That was the argument. If Adnukwaleni, that is your case, more. In fact, kemi jame po ameka ishi a halt no fiano attache aya in fact akaya original house epo amuva ya Supreme Court na attache ni agisanye ke lele na me smoga na menta oga ya no aji ko no ofia wo move forward agisanye no move forward. One of the arbitration no can you realize actually traditional council like I may observe actually ke afi agisanye na gbena then they will run away from settlement.
Yeah.
Me no bad for a settlement. Me no bad for a car yesani. If really they have good intentions for no government because many they don't have any good thoughts for le na me small kan aye no the kan akwa mama papa na ebu amaka show tinye loko attaching ayasa ne em waka shi Nii Adama Latse but we will prove it then we move ahead waka di ne you to gan ye gaja still we'll bring all our documents, we'll get into it. 5 days the chalano you will get into 1 month the chalano we'll get into it kona been once and for all. Shona in those days no kuna again we ka been about execute won't care fatai. Of course.
Yeah.
Me and no Benny and no if it's sacrilegious.
Absolutely.
We have people like Nii Odi na Numo Sakumo allowing him to be misbehaving again. I think that it is about time you need to take away the Njababa out.
Yeah.
It is about time Nii Ebaba out. Koni le denje ba yui because te kwe liake di bia komeni benefit eleheko.
Yep.
So we are challenging him to come out. Neba yui. Because keba yui it means like she is actually like a acquiesce, is consenting to it.
Yep.
Okay, silence means consent. And we don't want a situation where it will be hearsay. I fit more I'll say, like the whole thing would look as if we are even being made fools at our game. And he has an integrity to protect. It's about time they buy you. It is about time Nii buy you. No, it's about time. It's about time because one na lene time can be am. In last time you won na lene ke Kelvin if you know. And me, I call him Kelvin because he can't
absolutely.
No, I can't hold him responsible for anything. No, I am on if you're because Eliashi cannot be held accountable. By this time, no, ni NL Obomodin Ayeko. And let me send a message to the regional house of chiefs. Saniana, your Jason and the BBO, and if I'm a point, I'm a year. I think it is better. They will do guys so much good. There's so much controversy around Sanine. Many of them were benkame, wakame tuning kening. Yelenoko koni pet wo ye saniaka by any twinjolaba. Wa forward in the sanie, waka nyekeya, National House alone nyekeya. Supreme Court kona yekoni sania ajewono kamela kamenya me yi na me like me holose na ha me pressure make agba me na they should just allow us to move on. Ni ameke aishi ni lenoko sanene bu na yo me ni watala no ke me ni holo here we think I get this sania it is too much no boy ni akeya the next level, that is the National House, so that we move on kona ye sania na agbena. Because DB no, come on, we are in July. We are about to enter August. Kusum Piami. All this sacrilege going on. I can't kusum yaga. I can't kusum yaga. No, the thing looks like we are adding debt on debt. No, maybe ni tafla game wabana. Let's halt, let's pause, and let's clean up the system and move on.
Thank you so much. Chamega nyame nyefenye yana walada wakewo nichumo iba na mene. Of course, obana videos ye channel no. I believe Monday, Tuesday, and maybe Wednesday or so. Okay, maybe a live Wednesday, hello Thursday, maybe live, depending on Bolly. Bonnie, nibi ba kamoshi ha. So Obaba be a call na mi kula Obana mi live be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday at least it is guaranteed. But equally Wednesday, maba be a Monday, Tuesday, you're not gonna see me unless there is an emergency. Call na ni tabi be no ko poten was an maba be then I will come. But Monday, Tuesday, were off days, you know, so I will not be here. Call na mi be no ko ba days and nke chombo. Bona. So nyefenye yana walada o fine. Tell pleje fibo dromo bomodeni o donate ko ka wa wonu o fa ne ko gbe na ko donate ani male ani ni share o receipt no onu o ya na walada o fa ne ke o ha komi gonti ha mi gonti dan yo shin ni okay producer get Wednesday off producer get Wednesday oba so o about Thursday producer get Wednesday no show. So or be a Thursday. Call now where be a but no go one day and what be. But producer says no show on Wednesday too. So chemeka jeme nyefe nye yana walada or back be a Thursday Beckett or back be or fine. First time nobody join one you find hit more subscribe button there. Danny Oshiwo Bona Koni ke wo banon but of course, one of videos Monday, work back at Tuesday, one of videos, and get videos back my channel. Mean that you finishing. I appreciate every single one of you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for spending your time, your Sunday with me. 4 hours, you should be staying with your family. You spend that kind of time with me, and I appreciate every single one of you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Look. You guys are family, and I mean it dearly. Every single one of you is family. I love every single one of you from the bottom of my heart. And we are only going to get better, and we are only going to get greater. Bye-bye.